Mr. Parrish, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. Who's your next witness?
Next witness is Sandra Jones.
Yes.
You're required to give your evidence either by virtue of an oath or an affirmation. Which would you prefer?
An oath is fine.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give this inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Parrish?
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Can I start by asking you for a bit of personal background, your vocation, how long you've lived in the Shire?
Sure. I moved to the Shire in November 2013. Prior to that, I had been a manager with head office with the New South Wales Department of Education and Training. Primarily my time there had been as a manager. I managed a small team in the communications section. I'd also had some other secondments across the department. During my time, I was also a director of the Public Relations Institute of Australia. I was also on a number of other community-based committees, such as the Equine Advisory Committee with Centennial Park and Moore Park Trust. I was also a precinct chair with Leichhardt Council, and what that meant was I chaired a residents committee. We met monthly, we heard residents' concerns, or I invited particular officers from council to talk to residents about a particular issue. If there were concerns from the meeting, they were passed via a resolution through to council. And also in that capacity, I had dealings with our ward councillors and council senior staff. So since moving to the Shire, I have been a long-term volunteer with the Wingecarribee Animal Shelter. I was president of the local Animal Shelter Committee. I was a member rather from 2015, 2016, and then assumed the role of vice president for 12 months. I've also been on a number of other committees here, most recently the local film society.
Thank you. And you're also a member of the Incorporated Association Friends of Wingecarribee Animal Shelter.
I was.
Is that correct?
I was a member of that particular association.
Did you hold any executive roles in that?
Yes, as mentioned, I was on the committee. I think the initial role was assistant treasurer, and then I served as vice president for 12 months.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you about some specific incidences in a second, but I also understand you attended ordinary meetings of council from time to time. Is that correct?
I did.
Being that you moved here in 2013, was that in respect of both the previous 2012 to 2016 term as well as the 2016 to 2020 term?
Correct. I remember that after moving down, and because I'd had such a big involvement with the former Leichhardt Council, I did attend a meeting of council just to see what it was like. So that would have been either late 2013 or early 2014.
And what was your impression in that meeting?
What I recall of that first meeting I attended was the amount of bullying that I saw between councillors.
Between councillors?
Correct.
Do you recall any impressions about the interaction between councillors and members of the public who attended those meetings?
There was one council meeting I attended later on. Gary Turland may have been in the chair, and I believe, that would have to be checked, that he may have been deputy mayor at that time. There was a group of residents there, obviously, to hear council debate on a particular item. They were a little concerned, obviously, because they were, there were some mutterings going on. And I do remember that Mr. Turland threatened to eject them from the chamber.
Do you have any specific recollections of your impressions of meetings that you may have attended in the 2016 to 2020 term?
Yes, again, during that period, for those meetings I attended, what I witnessed was again some bullying amongst councillors. I recall that one councillor in particular threatened to sue another councillor, and I recall from that period too that some councillors made personal slurs against other councillors.
Thank you. Now, as I understand it, you had an experience of having a formal complaint made against you in March 2018, is that correct? Can you please tell the Commissioner a little bit about that?
The background was that, and I was no longer a member of the organisation Friends of the Wingecarribee Animal Shelter, and just continue to serve as a normal volunteer at the shelter. So basically we come along every morning, whatever the weather, and we take the dogs out for a walk. I had been invited as a volunteer to come along and participate in a short interview at a local community-based radio station about volunteering at the shelter, how it worked, what we did, how to get involved, and so on. About a week or two after that, I was alerted to the fact that there had been a complaint made about me based on that interview. The complaint was made by Friends of Wingecarribee Animal Shelter, claiming initially that I had spread misinformation about council and that organisation.
Who was that complaint made to?
It was made, well, there were two things. I received what I would call a heads up from one of the presenters of that particular program. She showed me an email that she had received from, I assume, the station manager. I can't exactly remember who that person was, that had come from the then secretary of the Animal Shelter Committee.
Do I understand that the nature of the complaint was an alleged breach of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Council and FOWAS?
That came later. It was in a letter that was emailed to me by an officer from Council. That letter arrived on Anzac Day of 2018, so that was a public holiday. And the number of allegations were couched in terms of I had breached the Memorandum of Understanding.
Were you a party to that Memorandum of Understanding?
No.
Were you a member of FOWAS at the time?
No.
And can you tell me what happened next in respect of that complaint?
Well, given it was a public holiday, I recall I was about to leave the country to catch a flight to Rome, and I had just happened to log on to my emails and saw it. I had been given 21 days to respond, but I had, during that time, or within 21 days, I'd be on my way back to the country. I remember emailing Mr. Welton, because the letter was signed off by him, seeking an extension of time. There was no response.
And what impression were you left with about the communication and administration of the Council's roles, at least in respect of the animal shelter at this time?
Council's role in terms of...
Well, insofar as it was interacting with you at that time.
On a day-to-day basis, the shelter and its management, and my interaction with management and with the shelter was, I thought, above board. and there was certainly no problems in my dealings with staff, and certainly no problems in walking animals and dealing with other volunteers.
And do you know what happened to that complaint? Were you ever apprised of any further information about the procedure?
Well, I mean, there was a complaint, and so I thought I was obliged to respond. So I recall that whilst I was in Rome, I prepared my response, and responding to each point of the allegations made against me. Mr. Wilton's letter stated that I should send my response to the General Manager of Wingecarribee Shire Council, which I did. I heard nothing from that, to answer your question, until September.
Thank you. And what happened in September?
One evening, I received an email. I just happened to be online. An email from Mr. Wilton, if I can just turn to that in my notes, dated the 13th of September. It arrived at 7:20 p.m. The letter from Mr. Wilton said that there had been an investigation into the matter and no further action would be taken. But I, however, was reminded of my obligations to the Memorandum of Understanding regarding interactions between FAWAS, Animal Shelter Committee members, and council staff, and also reminded again in terms of the Memorandum of Understanding that Friends of the Wingecarribee Shelter shall promote the council in a proactive manner.
Thank you. Can I now turn to a council briefing that occurred on 24 July 2019? You were at that briefing, is that correct?
Correct.
In what capacity were you at that briefing?
I attended that briefing as a volunteer at the animal shelter. Other volunteers also attended that meeting.
And just to be clear, you were not a member of FOAS at that time and you had no engagement with them at that time?
No ties with that organisation.
Can you tell the Commissioner what the purpose of that meeting was?
Volunteers at the shelter were told that the councillor briefing would be an opportunity for volunteers to ask questions about the animal shelter of councillors. And
were you aware of the reason that the president of FOAS and FOAS members were there?
I don't recall being aware that she had been invited to the councillor briefing.
And can you tell me what happened when you first got to the meeting?
I recall there may have been 12 approximately other people, other volunteers from the shelter who gave up their time that morning to attend. We arrived downstairs in the council building because we weren't sure where the meeting was going to be held. I recall seeing Mr. Wilton accompanied by the president of Friends of the Wingecarribee Animal Shelter and the team leader shelter operations. They walked past us. We then, I think, followed them to a meeting room, which at that stage was located on the other side of the council building.
Were you asked to speak or given an idea at that point what your role in the meeting might be?
Mr. Wilton downstairs had approached me and asked if I was the contact person for volunteers. Now, I had no idea what he meant because, again, we had been led to believe that this was an opportunity for volunteers to ask questions of councillors. It was a simple Q&A. So I may have said, well, yes, not knowing really what he meant.
Were you expecting to talk?
No.
At all?
No.
Now, it sounds like a slightly odd question, but can you explain the geography or the set out of the physical room at that time and how it was set
alright.
up?
So the meeting room, if I can use this space, I suppose, as an example. So we walked into the space. There were a number of chairs at the back of the room. Councillors were seated in, say, a square U-shaped, but facing that way. On the side, I believe there was Mr. Wilton, Team Leader Shelter Operations, her line manager, President of the Friends of the Wingecarribee Animal Shelter, General Manager was there, Duncan Gare was there as Mayor, and a number of other councillors. So we were in fact facing the councillors' backs.
And can I ask what your impression was when you were seated facing the councillors' backs?
I wasn't terribly impressed. It wasn't a terribly inclusive setup, and I know that some other volunteers were upset with that because we were looking at people's backs when we were thought we could attend on an equal footing to ask questions of councillors.
And can I ask if you had any impression about the position of the President of FOAS seated at the
Well,
same
given
table?
that we were clearly meant to sit at the back of the room, it was, I suppose, unusual that she was seated alongside council staff.
And as I understand it, there was a discussion from the President of FOAS about the preferred location of a new animal shelter. Is that correct?
Correct. What I recall was that she gave a presentation. I do recall she had speech notes. And then she was asked by Councillor Peter Nelson for her preferred location for a new animal shelter.
And what was your view of her being asked that?
Well, I thought it was unusual. I mean, the animal shelter, firstly, is a council-run facility. It's council-managed. The Friends of Wingecarribee Animal Shelter raise funds to provide additional care for animals at the shelter, whether that be bedding, whether that be specialist food. I know that the Animal Shelter Committee, through its fundraising efforts, does contribute towards veterinary cost for animals. But I wasn't aware that this briefing, and I wasn't aware of the briefing agenda that councillors had received. But I wasn't aware that there was an agenda item to talk about a new shelter or a new shelter build. So I thought the question that former Councillor Nelson asked the President of Friends of Wingecarribee Animal Shelter was unusual.
Can I take it from that evidence that it was your impression that the reason you thought you were at the meeting was different from the way the meeting was proceeding?
Correct.
And did you then speak at the meeting?
I did. While watching the presentation from President of the Friends of Wingecarribee Animal Shelter, I realised that in fact this was not a question and answer session at all, but a presentation was required from volunteers. So I recall scribbling a few notes and then I was asked to speak.
And did you have any interactions with councillors after speaking or during your speech?
I did. I recall former Councillor Nelson not so much asking about what volunteers did, but he suggested or told me what I should be doing, and that was raising funds to build a new animal shelter.
And what impression were you left with when?
Well, I thought it was unusual to say the least. Again, I wasn't sure what the agenda was for this particular agenda item in the councillor briefing and whether a new a new animal shelter was on the agenda, and things to do with that, such as location and cost. But I thought the question was very unusual. I mean, I'm a volunteer. I'm not in a position to go out into the community and raise funds. There are certain legal obligations anyone and any organisation has to undertake in order to do that, and I would have thought that was common knowledge.
And can I ask if you were left with any impressions about the way that Mayor Gare chaired this meeting?
Having chaired meetings myself, having seen this former council operate and being heavily involved with former Leichhardt Council and knowing how it operated, I was surprised by former councillor Nelson's persistence in questions to me because it seemed particularly off topic, possibly off the agenda, and I was wondering why the Mayor, as chair of the meeting, didn't remind former councillor Nelson what the agenda was all about and bring him back to that particular agenda. So his questioning was allowed.
Is it fair to say that you found the questioning from Councillor Nelson adversarial rather than collaborative?
Correct.
And were any other volunteers asked to speak
No.
at the meeting? Were the volunteers acknowledged by the councillors or council staff?
No.
Was there any opportunity for them to ask questions
No.
about the shelter? What impression were you left overall with at the end of that meeting about the treatment by councillors of the volunteers and the way they interacted with you and others?
I believed that it had been a deliberate, and I've used the word set-up or ambush.
And what about the particular behaviour of councillors? Do you think that was appropriate or effective?
I thought former councillor Nelson was particularly antagonistic, and I didn't know the reason why. No other councillors asked any questions or said anything during that particular presentation.
Can I just tie it back to your experience in the old Leichhardt Council? Was this, in your experience, part of the usual cut and thrust of local government? Or was this...
Are we comparing the two
yes,
councils?
Yes, as someone who's had some experience in another council.
No. I found, certainly after some of the councillors moved on, following the election, I found Leichhardt Council, the council meetings were well run. They were very tightly run. The focus was on responding to agenda items where members of the public had attended. So standing orders had been suspended to allow for basically a rearrangement of the agenda to allow for those matters where members of the public were present to speak. We could indicate that from the floor. And so it was very much focused on dealing with the public and looking and examining public needs and listening to what the public had to say. Equally, my experiences in dealing with the executive team of the former Leichhardt Council were professional, they were amiable, they were helpful.
Can I ask you to compare this now to your experience, at least in the July 2019 briefing?
I found, based on the experience with the former Leichhardt Council, I found that the former councillors, many were uninformed of their obligations as a councillor and the responsibilities to the public, the community who had elected them. I found for some councillors their attitude towards the community to be unprofessional, at the least. There was certainly an adversarial feeling between the councillors, some councillors and members of the public. There were instances of bullying amongst the councillors themselves. That behaviour I found and saw was not pulled up by the chair. Code of conduct was never mentioned. And then I saw instances where individual members of the public who had come to speak to a particular agenda item I thought were treated rather badly.
Was the chair, generally speaking, Mayor Gare over
The
that
instances I refer to were generally when he was mayor.
time? Can I just bring it back to that July 2019 briefing? Did you talk to other members or volunteers after that meeting?
I did.
Do you recall what impression, if any, they reported to you that they had?
My impression, and they were upset and they were angry. They were upset that they had arrived at council chambers thinking they could ask questions about the shelter of councillors to find out it was a very different situation altogether. They were upset that they were placed at the rear of the room facing councillors' backs. And one of them, I recall, said that they had been set up.
Thank you. I have no more specific questions, Commissioner.
Thank you. You covered in your last little passage the areas that I wanted to go to, so you proceed.
Thank you. Is there anything else you want to generally address the Commission on in respect to the terms of reference?
Well, I think, my overall feeling is that for the previous council and certainly some of the councillors is that their behaviour, and certainly towards me, my co-volunteers at the animal shelter, when we refer to that briefing session, was certainly unprofessional, certainly contemptuous. We're ratepayers, we're residents. And just because we're volunteers doesn't mean we don't deserve respect. And the feeling I had was that volunteers, and certainly at the animal shelter, are not respected, or were not respected, certainly by the former council, that we were considered a nuisance. All of that was unnecessary.
Just in answer to some of Mr. Parrish's earlier questions, you described an adversarial type excuse me, interaction between councillors and members of the public at meetings. Do I take it from that, I'll withdraw that, clearly enough, there will always be some level of disagreement in the operations of a council. That will always be. But do you think that where there was disagreement between some or all of the councillors and members of the public on a particular issue, whatever it is, that agreement was expressed and managed in a respectful way?
No.
Do you think that when there were those occasions when the council or the governing body disagreed with the public on a particular issue, that they displayed appropriate levels of civic leadership in dealing with those areas of departure?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Parrish?
Nothing arising, Commissioner.
Other applications? Thank you. Thank you for coming along.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Parrish, is there any reason why I shouldn't excuse the witness from her summons?
No, Commissioner.
You're excused from further attendance. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you so much.
You're free to go. Next witness, Mr. Parrish.
Next witness is Mr. Derrick White.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. White, you're required to give your evidence either by virtue of an oath or an affirmation. Which would you prefer?
Affirmation, please.
Mr. White, do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give to this inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Parrish?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. White, can I start by getting a bit of background from you, your personal background and your vocation?
Okay. My name's Derrick White, as you know. I Was born in the backblocks of Queensland in a sheep station, so that was a little bit different from where I am now. I did a mining engineering degree at the University of Queensland, worked in mining operations around the world. I've done some marketing and arrived in the Southern Highlands, I'd say 6 years ago, from Sydney, because most of my working life was actually spent in Sydney, either as a consultant or a contract executive or even a project manager as well. So a varied experience, but this is a new one for me. After my 75 years on this earth, I have never been subpoenaed, so this is quite a different one.
Well, everyone should have their pleasure once. Don't feel nervous, don't feel troubled.
It's a bit
You're not here. There's no criticism of you. You have some insights that Mr. Parrish wants to explore, which he thinks will help me. So that's ultimately why you're here. And summonses were issued to any witness who Mr. Parrish may wish to call, just as a matter of formality. So there's nothing to worry about those processes.
My understanding, Commissioner, it's more of a conversation than inquisition.
Quite. I certainly hope so in your case. Thank you.
You can tick it off your bucket list, Mr. White. Now, you're the Secretary of Win Zero Incorporated, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the Commissioner a little bit about that group?
Certainly. In fact, I was hoping we'd get an opportunity because it does put it in context. You may remember that the Wingecarribee Shire Council somewhat reluctantly declared a climate emergency in February 2020. Win Zero was formed soon thereafter to try and generate one voice from the environmental groups in the Shire, of which we have 12 affiliates, in working with the Council to actually make something happen on the climate front. And we had three main purposes. One was to prevent the worst of climate change effects, primarily by minimising and reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the Shire as quickly as possible, with the aim of getting it to net zero well before 2050. We wanted to preserve the few remaining precious environmental assets we have left in the Shire, because they're disappearing fast, not only in this Shire, but around Australia and around the world. And we wanted to protect the residents of the Shire from the worst effects of climate change, which we saw was inevitably going to happen, even if we do our best to minimise the carbon emissions that are around the place. So in doing that, I was the first, or the founding chair of that organisation, which was around March, April of 2020. We have now been in existence just over 2 years, and as the Council has said, I'm now the Secretary for my sins, and I'm the one who made the presentation or the submission to this inquiry, but I am not the person with the intimate detail of the submission, and I'm very pleased that you've allowed my colleague Clyde West to attend later on today, as he's on the Environment and Sustainability Committee, and he has been intimately involved in these matters for some years. If I can go on a little bit longer, it is now over 2 years since that climate emergency declaration. In that time, we have been involved in a process with the Council and a consultant to develop what was called a climate change strategy. At this stage, we have not seen that strategy, let alone an action plan, because as you know, once you do a strategy, it's going to take probably a year and a budget to produce a plan. So we are absolutely amazed that someone declares an emergency, and here it is 2 years later, but we haven't seen one iota of evidence that things are happening on that front.
Thank you.
In a serious way, put it that way.
Yes.
There obviously are things happening, but very slowly.
May I just say at this stage, from what you've said about your role with Win Zero, if at any time I ask you a question where you understand your group's positions may differ from yours personally, by all means, feel free to distinguish between the two positions.
Understood.
Can I just ask you how many, you've referred to 12 affiliates. I take it that doesn't mean members. Does that mean there are subgroups coming off?
There are two separate groups, if you like. There are 100 members
100
of our
members.
organisation, or roughly 100. And there are 12 affiliated organisations like Landcare, Low Carbon Living, Southern Highlands, Wombatised, and 350.org. I won't bore you with them all, but yes.
Thank you.
But they have similar, like-minded, environmentally focused interests.
Thank you.
And we try as best we can to reflect the views of those affiliates in
Thank you.
our dealings with council.
I understand you had an experience in 2016 with a community petition. That predated Win Zero. Were you part of any particular group which organised that petition, or was that something which came out of your role as a private citizen?
I was not. We only arrived here in late 2015, and I was still finding my feet in the local community at that stage.
Okay. Well, can you at least start by giving me a bit of background about that community petition in 2016 of 500 and so people, what it sought to address?
No, I'm sorry. I'm not aware of the detail of that submission, and I suggest maybe you can save that question for Mr. West,
Okay,
who was certainly here at that stage.
thank you. Can I ask you then about the Green Web and the Koala project? Are you able to talk to that?
I can certainly talk to part of it at least,
Okay.
seeing my wife has been fairly intimately involved in some of those issues recently.
Okay. Can you tell me what your concerns and a bit of background of that project is?
Well, the Green Web, as I understand it, is primarily a mapping project to give detailed layer maps of the wildlife observations in the Shire, the wildlife corridors, wildlife habitats, which in our view are an essential part of any development decision-making process, and they should be made publicly available in some shape or form so that the general public can actually see what the council has mapped over all those years. We do understand that there has been a sum of around $450,000 already contributed to make koala investigations and recordings, and as of yet we have not seen any output from that, and we are finding it very difficult to access it. And it would have been very critical in a couple of the advocacy things that we have done recently in regard to development applications that impact negatively on our environment.
Have you had correspondence or communications with the council seeking such matters?
I need to clarify here as to what period you're talking about, because I think you're only looking at the 2015 to 2020 sort of period.
Well, we're looking at the 2016 to 2020 council, but
Council.
we are always interested in
Okay.
your impressions as an engaged community member.
We have been engaging with council almost continuously, the staff primarily, rather than the councillors. We have had access, but I have to say up until the appointment of the interim administrator, we haven't really seen a whole lot of engagement by the senior staff at council on matters of environment. It's our view, and if I could carry on a little bit
Yes.
here, it's our view that the environment is very much given a back seat in council, has been given a back seat in council deliberations. In our view, it should be as equally important as matters of infrastructure, of maintenance, of servicing, all of the rest, and it hasn't been the case in our experience as long as Win Zero has existed. We also see that in the budgetary area where there is an environmental levy, but that environmental levy has been allowed to diminish as a proportion of the rate takings. It started off in 2000, I think at around 4.5% of rate takings. It's now down to nearly 2.5%. And that is a function of an application made to IPART some years ago that allowed the levy to be increased at the rate peg, but took no account of increasing land valuations and or increasing numbers of ratepayers in the Shire. So to my mind, that indicates that the environment wasn't seen as important by the council or the senior staff of council.
How did you, at Win Zero, engage with councillors to make your views and positions known?
That was difficult. I've had one-on-one conversations with a couple of councillors, but nothing. One area that I certainly had engagement with one councillor was around the increasing of electric vehicle charging capacity in the Shire, but that came to nothing. Wasn't long before the suspension occurred, so I don't think it's entirely that gentleman's fault.
Well, who was that
It
councillor?
was Gary Turland.
And
And the other councillor we've engaged with a lot is Larry Whipper,
yes,
who was obviously the chair of the Environment and Safety Sustainability Committee. And it was with Larry's help that we were successful in getting the formation of a climate change advisory panel, which was to report to the Environment and Sustainability Committee. And our understanding was that that panel would have input to and maybe even some influence over decisions of council that impacted on the environment, which would obviously relate to development applications, but also any other decisions of council. Since that was formed, which was September 2020 from memory, that was formed, it's only met a few times and to my knowledge has never had any impact on any decision of council. And I think that again reflects the lack of focus on the environment by the council or the senior staff.
those interactions with councillors Turland and Whipper, did you feel they were useful interactions? Not necessarily in the sense of what came out of them, but did you feel like they listened
I use the word
appropriately?
positive. They were positive interactions, but unfortunately the outcomes were,
Yes.
other than the climate change advisory panel, which I don't think has really had a great deal of benefit to the environment.
Yes.
No outcomes of significance.
Did you ever attend council meetings?
I viewed some of them on the web. Yes, I didn't actually physically attend. I have attended what they have these information sessions which the councillors attended, but it was prior to Win Zero being formed. It was in relation to an upgrade of an all abilities playground at Berrima.
I see.
And that was very positive, I have to say. The council was extremely supportive, and in fact, we jointly applied for grants and ended up getting funding from the council to make it all happen. So I have to say that was a positive engagement, but it was completely unrelated to the environment.
Yes. What year do you recall was that?
I would have been 18, 19. I know Councillor Gare was the mayor at the time, so it was pre-COVID.
Yes. In respect of the council meetings you viewed online, did they leave you with any particular impression, positive or negative?
I'd say particularly towards the end of the period of the council appointment, I thought they were very negative. I thought there was an atmosphere of adversarial attitude between councillors, and there would appear to have been cliques and hidden agendas that I think affected the functioning of the council quite significantly.
Are there any particular examples which left you with that impression, or was it a general
No, I think
impression?
it was just an over. You watch the meetings and they would descend into arguments and accusations, and I just thought it was a very unproductive way to go about managing $170 million assets and budgets.
As someone who has an engagement with the council on a particular issue and seeks change on a particular issue, did your experience in viewing these meetings leave you with the impression that they were well equipped to deal with the sorts of issues that you wish them to deal with?
I have a corporate background. I've worked for multi-million-dollar mining companies. I think the whole structure of council is fraught because we are expecting people to basically manage a very big enterprise with a whole lot of activities and 500 staff, and they are not paid like people that are senior managers or board members of an organisation. So I just think that it's not, maybe not an individual councillor's problem. I think it's a function of the whole structure of the local government organisations. But that's a personal view only. That's
Yes.
not a Win-Zero view
Yes.
necessarily.
Of course. Can I just bring that back to behaviour of councillors and meetings? Was there anything in the behaviour of the meetings which left you with a positive or negative impression about the possibility to deal with the sorts of issues that you view need to be dealt with?
It was difficult because a lot of I think the more contentious matters was dealt with in closed sessions.
Yep.
So it made it very difficult for the general public to really work out what was going on half the time.
Yes.
We just saw the surface, and there was a lot of paddling going on underwater that we didn't see. So I can't think of any specific examples, quite honestly, but it was just an impression.
Yes. Don't have any further specific questions, Commissioner, unless you do.
In answer to one of Mr. Parrish's earlier questions, you described what you observed to be an adversarial relationship between the councillors.
Mm-hmm.
Did you observe at any of those council meetings or briefing community meetings, whether or not Win-Zero related or just in your general experience, did you observe how the council interacted with members of the public who came to speak at those meetings?
It was, I think, more as a member of the public than a member of Win-Zero that
Yes,
I
I
formed
understand.
those impressions.
Yes.
None of those subjects really directly impacted on our affairs or our purposes.
Yes.
They were more around, and mostly about development applications and
Yes.
other issues.
Appreciate that it wasn't necessarily a matter relating to your organisation's work, but did you observe on those other issues how the councillors interacted with members of the public who were at those meetings?
Not so much in those meetings, but I am a member of the key stakeholders group, and I
Right.
think one of your previous witnesses has talked about
Yes. Well, I'm
some of the
interested
activities.
I'm interested in your experience on that group.
And again, the environment wasn't necessarily high on the agenda of a business and of economic development group, but
Yes.
I did attend the breakfast or the lunch, whatever it was, that
In December?
at December about the destination plan.
Yes.
And,
What was your
well,
your view of that event?
I think it was an unfortunate one where it ended up in a bit of a dogfight between the mayor and one of the attendees at that luncheon. I hesitate to criticise the council staff because I wasn't intimately involved in the process, and I didn't get involved in the detail of how that plan was put together. But there was an indication at that luncheon that there would be groups set up to look at various pillars of the development plan, destination plan. And I made a very strong case that the environmental organisation should get a voice on those. And as of now, nothing's come out of that. So it was probably because the whole plan basically was canned at that stage, I think, because of the...
Yes. When you say nothing came of it, do I understand that you mean nothing came of these groups that were to be set up?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yes.
They may have been done, but we weren't invited.
Yes.
And a more recent example of something similar is that there was a I think there was a KPMG specially convened
Yes.
strategic planning session,
Yes.
which the current interim administrator managed. I urged the administrator to make sure that the environment was involved in those discussions, because I think it was equally important to some of the other things that were being talked about. And we weren't, in fact, none of our groups, as I'm aware of, were invited to attend that. So, to my mind, that's another example of the way that the environment has been not treated badly, if you like, by the council
Yes, I understand.
over the years.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Parrish.
Nothing specific arises out of those questions, but I might just ask you more generally if you wish to address the Commissioner on any matter within the terms of reference.
Funnily enough, I've just checked my notes and I seem to have got most of them in already. So no, I don't think there is, but I do urge you to listen to Mr. West, who is Deputy Chair of Wingecarribee, has been a leading light in the environmental affairs of this Shire for many years, and I think his commentary will be more specific and perhaps more revealing in some of the areas that you've been questioning me about.
Thank you. You can be assured that I'm paying close attention to everybody who comes along, and once we all depart from here, I'll be left alone with the transcripts to go through very closally again. So I thank you for your attendance this morning.
Thank you.
For coming along. Hopefully your one and only experience in the witness box wasn't too bad. And is there any reason why Mr. White should be excluded? You're excused from further attendance under your summons, and you're free to go.
Thank you, Commissioner. I look forward to reading the transcript.
Commissioner, due to that incisive and efficient questioning, we're actually a bit ahead of schedule.
Yes.
Ms. Christine Rowell is due to be here at 11:10, so
11:10?
might I suggest an early morning tea
Yes.
to resume at 11:10 with Ms. Christine Rowell?
All right. Well, why don't I take the full 20 minutes,
Yes.
and then Ms. Rowell can have a couple of extra minutes to get herself sorted and
Yes.
into the witness box. So I'll adjourn until 11:15.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Parrish, you ready to resume?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. Your next witness.
The next witness is Christine Rowell Miller.
Yes, thank you.
Just for the transcript, Rowell spelled Rowell.
Ms. Rowell Miller, you're required to give your evidence either by virtue of an oath or an affirmation. I understand you wish to proceed by way of affirmation.
Yes, please.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give to this inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, thank you. Take a seat.
Commissioner, could I just request application for the next 3 witnesses, please?
Yes, I think what I'll do is I'll adopt the same procedure as yesterday. We'll proceed with Councillor Sisting's examination. If at the end
Yes.
you wish to make an application, I'll deal with it that way, because it may be he covers all the ground you would wish to, and then or the application may be more confined. When you do make your application, I think it'll be necessary for you to come to that side, because I imagine the transcribers are having some difficulty picking you up from there. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Parrish.
Thank you. Ms. Rowell Miller, could I start with your background, personal and vocational?
Yes, I'm originally trained as a teacher, then went through some corporate management roles, and then a longer management role as a not-for-profit environment for some 20 years.
When did you move to the Shire?
We purchased land in 2000 and have lived here since 2006.
And are you involved with any particular incorporated association or group within the Shire?
Oh yes, within the Shire?
Yes.
Yes, I've been a member of the Bundanoon Community Association since before we moved here, and I have been on the committee, including president and other roles, with the Bundanoon Community Association for about 15 years, and I have been part of a number of voluntary groups within the Shire, on and off, depending on how the garden goes and the weather goes and things like that. But I have been very involved in voluntary roles, yes.
And are you involved in the Southern Villages group
I
as
am,
well?
yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, the Southern Villages came together through 3 gentlemen from Canyonley, Bundanoon and Exeter to bring a voice, a reminder, I think, to council every now and again that the Southern Villages existed, because the big 3, of course, have a very different role. So Southern Villages is probably now about 15 years in action. I'm still part of the Southern Villages group on behalf of Bundanoon, and the group meets every couple of months during a year just to see what we're all doing, where we're up to, and we have had council come and speak with us and work with us, as well as going back to council with feedback on how things are going in the various smaller villages in the southern part of the Shire.
Yeah, you referred to the big 3. Are you referring there to Bowral, Mittagong and Mossvale?
Yes, correct.
Am I correct in thinking that the Southern Villages group are made up of a Bundanoon Community Association, a Canyonley Community Association and an Exeter Community
Picton,
Association?
Wingelow, Exeter and Tallong, although that's not part of Wingecarribee, that's a small village in a similar environment, so Tallong has been invited and always participated in that role. So they're all small villages that talk together because they have similar limitations or also challenges and really good ideas.
And how many members does the Bundanoon Community Association have? Do you know roughly?
For 400, 500 at the moment.
Is that a combination of businesses and residents?
It's mainly residents, but certainly the work and the goals of the Bundanoon Community Association is about the whole community. There are a number of strong groups, Lions and History Group and so on in the village as well, but they work very much together.
And your evidence before was that part of the role of the Southern Villages Group was to engage with council on issues.
Yes.
How did that engagement take place?
It would usually be that either the representative of the village on the Southern Villages Group would go to council with Southern Villages Group aware, or Southern Villages convener would go to council with an idea, a recommendation or a concern if there was one of the specifically Southern Villages nature. For example, recently council was in touch regarding the 355 committee structure, which they're reviewing, and this is about the halls and environments within the villages. Bundanoon has a beautiful hall of great historic value and length, and this other villages have smaller halls, but we all work together for working with council to have the villages' halls facilities available to everybody. And for example, one of the limitations that council might have were they to not have 355 anymore is literally who's going to buy the toilet paper, who will empty the rubbish bins, because the hall groups look after their halls for those when people use them. And that would be a very big job for council to take on, let alone when the bride's an hour late and they can't get into the hall and this is a Saturday and where's the key? So a lot of different ways the concerns and interests of the Southern Villages Group are brought to council.
Yes.
But always somebody, it's never just an individual making a point.
And when you say go to council, does that involve attending council meetings, or do you have meetings with individual councillors or staff?
Reaching out to the staff that are linked with
Yes.
the Southern Villages environment, and then taking advice from council from there.
Did you ever have in your role as a member of these associations one-on-one or meetings with groups of councillors?
I personally haven't had a one-on-one, but no, I can't think of any time when any of that group has been working with council that there wasn't more than one person on behalf of the group.
I see. Did you ever seek meetings with councillors to discuss issues?
No, not with councillors, because the relationship is with council
Yes.
staff.
Yes.
I mean, councillors are welcome to the Southern Villages environment.
Yes.
They can't, and nobody just turns up at a meeting, of course, but certainly over the years we've had, as I said, council staff and sometimes councillors with us, but not in a unprofessional manner.
I'm not at all suggesting that,
Oh, no,
but
no, just trying to clarify how we'd run it.
yes. May I ask why you did not seek audience with specific councillors? Did you? Was it simply a matter of you thought the better process was to go through council, or?
Yes, we would not think it would be the right way to only go to a councillor.
Do you know of other community organisation groups who would go directly to certain councillors?
I don't know, but I'm absolutely sure it happens.
Do you have a view on whether it's appropriate that happens or not?
From my background, I don't think it's appropriate. I mean, casual conversation or social opportunities, oh, how's it going? Well, of course, you don't say, oh, I can't talk to you.
Yes.
But if you want the structure of the council environment plus the council laws, in my view, to be successful and satisfactory and professional, you need to be very transparent, and you go to council for this. And if there's councillors involved, it comes back through the council structure when they meet here and so on, not directly to a individual.
Was there a framework in which you would engage with council staff on, as an organisation, that is, a process or a policy that would govern that interaction that you're aware of?
No, just we would go to the person in council who has that job.
Do you think that it would be a useful thing to have for community organisations, a framework of how the organisation can interact with council and an understanding about how things will be dealt with? Or-
I think when things go wrong, those sorts of structures are really good to have.
Yes.
But I think the informality of knowing council staff and councillors in the manner that we often do in these sorts of environments should also be maintained.
Yes.
But people need to be responsible about saying, look, I can't give you that information, go and see Bob, but let me know how you go.
Yes, that's
sort
the sort of issue that I'm thinking of. That
yes,
there'd be
would
guidelines.
always be good.
Yes,
But
thank you.
not structure to the point of strategic.
Yes,
writing.
I understand.
Do I take it that you attended council meetings from time to time, or at
Many
least,
times.
or viewed them? I should
Many,
say?
many times.
Um,
Mostly attending, I'm not very good on IT, but I have done both.
can-
But over the years, more attendance.
Yes. Can I focus on the, I withdraw that. Did you attend meetings prior to the 2016-2020 term of council?
Oh, yes, yes.
Were you left with any impressions about the way meetings were conducted or the way councillors behaved prior to the 2016-2020 term?
I would have to say, from the very first meeting that I attended, I was often puzzled at words or behaviours or outcomes
Okay.
from my expectation.
Can I get an idea of when those first meetings were that you attended?
I would think that I was attending and observing since about 2010.
So two terms back. Yes, thank you. And skipping forward to the 2016-2020 term, can I start with your general impression as to how councillors conducted themselves, both with respect to interactions between them and interactions with the community in those meetings?
Increasingly of concern.
Can you explain why you are left with that impression?
It's never easy in a meeting if you don't think what someone else is saying is correct or fair. But if the meeting structure is as council meetings here are, and as many meetings I've been in are also, you sort of have to just follow procedure and maybe set up an opportunity at the next meeting to discuss something that happened in this meeting. But, you know, language and body language and words and behaviour and other areas of response that I viewed, I felt were very unprofessional. And as a ratepayer, I used to go home and rattle on a bit about, oh, you know, what are we paying them for, sort of thing. And I know that's a phrase that doesn't necessarily apply. But it was disappointing, as I know that there was a lot of time put into what could be done for councillors themselves to work differently, and senior management and so on to work with themselves and then also with the councillors. A lot of things were tried, as I understand it, but it didn't seem to be having much impact. And I can think of a couple of instances where I know at a particular meeting in Bowral, when a gentleman went to the mayor, one of the councillors at the time, and to say, as it turned out, to basically say, you've got to be joking, but the person from council took it as, oh, hello, you know, you're here to shake my hand and tell me how wonderful I am. I happen to be sitting in the row behind. And this member of our community just said, you know, this is the biggest joke I have ever attended, and I'm insulted that you would think this is enough for you all to be behaving like this. This was only just probably a year before COVID stopped everything, and it was a voice, a comment that was very well spoken of by many others, not that specific instance, but the same sort of thing. Come on, what is this about? What are you guys on about? Not literally guys as in only males, but just this tension between the councillors themselves and between council and senior staff.
Is it fair to say from that answer that, therefore, that attitude was something that you experienced as fairly commonplace in the community, at least the people you interacted with?
Commonplace within council, not
Yes.
in the community as such, no.
The impression in the community
Oh,
of
sorry.
the behaviour of
Yeah,
council?
without doubt.
Yes. I take it from your previous answer as well that you're conversant in at least basic meeting procedure as well. Is that fair?
Yes, yes.
And do I take it from your previous answer that you perceived that basic meeting procedure wasn't being followed?
Yes,
Is that your impression?
yes.
And did you have any impression as to the way these meetings were chaired?
I've chaired meetings. It's not easy. I don't think there was a lack of, and I'm not involved at that level, so this is just my perception, that there was no shortage of training, as I understood it. People comment and talk. It's not a secret, and I could never work out why the group didn't seem to understand that, rightly or wrongly, that person is the chair, and they do this job, and you're on the part of the group and you do that response. It was very confusing to me that a group of this significance within our shire and any shire would appear to not understand meeting procedure, as was evident through language and behaviour and outcomes.
Thank you. Can I just ask you a few questions about your experience of how staff and councillors interacted? Did you witness either firsthand or gain an experience of how those interactions took place?
Yes, probably to both. I think the most the greatest clarification I could possibly give, because there was lots of examples, but they're just sort of storytelling, so to speak, was a person in council staff who I knew on and off over a number of years, just casual conversation, how things go. Oh, I don't know, it just seems to be getting really difficult in council, and that wasn't about staff or councillors, it was about the general operation. And I said, oh, that's a shame, you know, you guys work really hard and blah, blah. And this person said, it's just so difficult because I go to the boss to say, you know, Councillor Bob has asked me about this and I'm not sure what to do because it's not really, it's for you to speak to them, not for me. And it had got to the point, as I understand it, that in some areas the staff would get a response similar from their supervisor or manager as JDI, just do it. Because there was so much frustration and misunderstandings and pressure within the whole environment that the staff didn't know where to go because they should go to their boss, but a councillor is an important person. So the boss was just saying, just do it, JDI, I can't give you any other outcome. I know it's difficult, but if you're asked a question, do the best to answer it.
Do I take it from that answer that the cause of at least some of that attitude was an attempt to avoid conflict with councillors?
Yes, and because most of the staff would know that generally, other than casual social conversation, the councillors go through the mayor and the staff go through the GM, and then they just get together and say, well, okay, you go and speak to this or that. But for direct contact with a staff member from a councillor to do something is a very difficult thing for the staff member and generally would be unacceptable.
Is that something that you heard from staff members was happening, direct contact between councillors and staff
Yes,
below the general manager,
yes.
senior executive level? How did you come into that information? Was this because of your interactions with staff in your role as a member of the Southern Villages Group?
And also from the Bundanon Community Association.
And the Bundanon Community Association. How often was your interaction with staff, would you say?
It would be hard to say because it really focuses on what's happening in my area. Rather, it's not about what's happening in council.
Yes.
It wouldn't be monthly.
Okay.
It's probably maybe half a dozen times a year.
Yes. And over how many years were those interactions going on? I'm just trying to...
I don't know how long they were going on.
Yes.
I didn't hear about them from my first awareness and participation in things with council.
Pardon me, I'm trying to get an idea of your first awareness and participation. Was it back to 2016 at least, that you were having interactions with staff members?
Oh, well, no, I would have had interaction with staff members prior,
Yes.
but probably as I was around longer and they knew me and I knew them, my guess is that some of the commentary to me about that was not, oh gosh, this has just started to happen, but oh yes, we know her, sort of, she's around a bit. So they relax. But I can't give, if that's what you're seeking, a measure of time at which that happened for the first time.
Yes.
Because I'm sure when it did come to me the first time, it wasn't new.
Yes. In terms of your impression, though, at least, when did you start hearing about those sorts of matters?
I think they were probably alluded to quite early on, but I didn't pick up on it because I didn't know much about what was going on. I was new and doing things in Bundanoon. But I guess 16, I have to think now, probably 14, 15 onwards.
Yes. Can I ask you about your interactions with councillors at meetings held by community associations?
Mm-hmm.
Since when did you start attending those sorts of meetings?
In Bundanoon or
Yes.
Southern Villages?
Yes.
Well, I'm probably 2012
Yes.
onwards.
Yes.
I mean, councillors were invited to meetings in Southern Villages and Villages, BCA meetings, as an opportunity to learn and share, and they get to know us and we get to know them. It's a very broad family in some ways, but it's like all families. There's a point at which it's you've got to ask it this way, not that way, and some of those normal guidelines were ignored.
Do I understand that in the early days, as it were, 2012-ish, councillors attended those meetings?
In the villages?
Yes.
If invited,
Yes.
occasionally they would come to AGMs. They would often be invited to AGMs. Bundanoon always has a meet the candidates for elections, and that's open invitation, but we would often tell the councillors and or senior staff what we were doing in Bundanoon, and if they asked to come or turned up, we'd always acknowledge them, because it's important for the village people and those out of the bigger areas to know that council's involved, aware, supportive.
Was there a point in time which you saw that attendance and interaction by councillors with these community associations stop or slow down?
Well, that's an interesting observation. I don't think it stopped or slowed down. I think as it appeared tensions were increasing between senior staff and councillors, that some people who used to come a lot more to the Southern Villages, say, weren't able to or didn't want to. But I didn't pick up when those unable to's occurred that it meant anything, if I'm reading you correctly.
Did you ever witness inappropriate behaviour from councillors towards staff at any time? I'm asking the question whether you personally witnessed any. We've talked about your impressions that
Yes.
you've received from
No, not council staff and councillors, but in my environment, no.
No. And just going back to those council meetings that you attended, I think I asked you a few questions about your impression of how councillors dealt with each other and the meeting procedures. Can I just ask you about your impressions of how the councillors in the 2016-2020 term engaged with the community, or your impressions of how the councillors engaged with the community in those meetings?
I would say increasingly arrogant and disrespectful.
Can you give some examples of what led you to that impression?
People not, well, interrupting each other and, no, that's not your area, or, no, you're wrong, you've been told about that before. It was sort of, I guess I'm a bit old-fashioned, but I just think that sort of juvenile dialogue in a meeting of a council with councillors and or staff is shocking.
And that's how you saw behaviours towards members of the community in these
And
meetings?
members of staff.
And
yes.
members of staff. Can I ask about your engagement, if any, in the Southern Villages group with other incorporated associations or other friends of groups? Was there much engagement between the groups?
Well, just see if I'm with you. We, for example, you ask about other groups. We, before the fires, leading up, anticipating things ahead, we had fire-related groups come to Southern Villages group and say, these are some of the things and so on and so on. Is that what you mean?
That is partly, yes. If
No,
you
no,
could
we
expand on
certainly,
that.
Southern Villages and BCA certainly reached out beyond just council staff and councillors
Yes.
for information, and also sometimes just to share what we do and what they do.
Yes. Did you get any impression from those other groups about how they perceived council law interaction with those groups?
Sorry,
with-
Mr. Parrish, when you're saying groups, are you referring to other community association
Yes.
groups?
Yes, I
Yes,
am.
all right, just for my benefit, thank you.
So was I aware of other groups like Bundanon Community Association and Southern Villages
Yes.
having concerns as I've expressed?
Yes.
Yes, they were.
Can you tell the Commissioner of any specific concerns those other groups had, and perhaps whether you agreed with those concerns? Were there common themes coming through from other groups you interacted with?
Oh, yes. I wouldn't say it was whether or not I agreed. I probably agreed with everything, but I might have taken a different approach in trying to fix it or sort it out. But they were mostly about the disrespect that seemed to be inherent in most of the councillors towards council. And, you know, there were council people who weren't good and there were councillors who weren't good, but structure and successful operation of groups like this requires time and place. There's a time to vent your frustration, but not necessarily in the public meetings when there's agendas and things that have been backgrounded and discussed that need to be decided. So I think people used to get frustrated that it seemed that time was being wasted. You know, what are you carrying on like that for now? Can't you do that, you know, in a different environment, because these are the public meetings and people come from the Shire or observe increasingly through internet IT, and they get a very different impression if they don't know any of the councillors individually or come to meetings and know staff, that things are pretty rough.
You referred there to the disrespect between the councillors and the council. You're referring to the staff
Yes,
when you refer to the council.
yes.
We've had some evidence this week from other members of associations and individuals who have had an impression that is often negative about the ability of the council and the councillors to conduct business in meetings. And some of them have related that back to how that actually affects them and their day-to-day lives. Can you give the Commission or your impression of how this impression you were left with in Council actually affected your ability to both work in the Southern Villages group and the things you were trying to achieve?
I mean, the obvious one is that you're disappointed and at times embarrassed, but it means that you keep going and going and going and, you know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And it gets, I think it has become often where you just try and find a way around it to get what you need because you can't get any further with the normal structure of these things being discussed and decided. Not breaking law or anything,
no.
But, you know, well, okay, we're supposed to do it this way and we've sent 3 emails and had 1 phone conversation, nothing's happened, we'll just have to go ahead because it's happening this weekend. So I think there was disappointment more than anything because the voluntary roles of most of the people that I'm referring to, or the voluntary work and the giving of their time is something they like to do and they do it to try and help.
This is obviously not your case, but does it lead to, or you observe it leading to some disengagement by members of the community
yes.
with?
Oh yes, without doubt. Oh no, I'm not going to have anything to do with bloody council anymore. I mean, I mean, absolutely, and why not?
Yes.
I mean, I was, because of, I guess, my experience, I was not, and there were many others with me, more experienced, but it's sort of not unusual in the structure that we have that there is frustration. So you either keep trying to find another way in, or you walk away because you don't have an authority that you would in your employment to do something about something like that.
Yes, thank you.
In your experience, are you aware of people who have disengaged and walked away?
Yeah.
Otherwise, engaged community members who have determined that there is no point engaging in the
Yes.
council process?
Yes.
Can I get your personal impressions about the use of engaging in the council process, at least in the 2016 to 2020 term?
As in, did I walk?
Did you either walk or did you feel like?
No, look, it's not, and it's just, no, I wouldn't do that because I really have a great faith in this environment in which we live and also council structure and the councillors. They're genuinely in there, within their mind to do the best they can. Leadership here, leadership there, it's all responsible for bringing things together, and if all the troops start walking away, nothing will happen. And I'm not as involved in the Bundanon Community Association in a senior role for some time now, but I'm still part of the community, and Bundanoon is a very strong community, and I would keep, I mean, I listen to the meetings on IT and I come in often now for the meetings here, and I think you just have to keep going because I do think things are starting to show progress, and if everybody walks away, you won't help the staff and you won't support the councillors. And it is a difficult environment, the structure of all of the councils in the state, of the country, and the similar structure around the world. It's not the easiest way to run a day, but it's a marvellous combination to have professional staff and volunteers. And I'm come from a family background of volunteering because that's what you do, and you don't walk away when somebody gives you the irrits or when the structure's not what it should be. You go to the right person who might be able to change the structure. You don't sort of kill the messenger.
Can I ask what you were referring to as the positive signs that you were referring to just then? What positive things are you seeing?
Well, as a very simple example, when you ring, as I do, because I don't understand all of the IT stuff, council, I would say now the voice, the words. You would say previously, say, hello, Christina, I'm over in Bundanoon. I was wondering if you could help me with this. All right, just a moment. And then somebody would come back and say, look, Bob's not in, but if you ring another time, he'll be able to help you. Whereas now, if you ring, the voice is very, in its own self, Wingecarribee Shire Council, can I help you? The voice is better, and that's obviously from a person. Hello, I was wondering if you could help me with this. Look, just a moment, I'll check. Bob might not be in. We have staff now who often work from home. Bear with me, and then they come back and say, sorry to have kept you. Bob's available, but if he could ring you back because he's just in something, and then Bob rings you back. And that is not new, and I understand that the hard work that they are doing, but in a lot of ways, when you ask for something now, you get to be, I'll put you through, or this isn't something we can do today, you get an information, whereas before it seemed as if nobody really knew what to do. And funnily enough, sometimes now people say, oh, Christine, haven't heard from you for a while, how are things? So it does take time, but those little nuances of I'm human and you're human and we're in this together are now more evident. And I have one particular staff member I often catch on the reception has actually said, and I said, oh, you're sounding as if everything's bopping along, how are you? Not only about council. No, look, things are pretty good. We've got lots of things to finish, but we have got some good this or happy that, and I do really, really think there's a great change in that. I know there's a huge amount of work to do, and I know some very good staff have left, and I know they can't all be replaced and be very good at their jobs straight away, but I get a strong sense of community developing within council itself, which shows when you speak to council, when before it was a lot of exhaustion and frustration. And I mean, for example, watching the meetings on IT, I seem to often not be able to get through, and I approach with an apology because I'm old and IT doesn't rest well with me. It's all right, just wait a moment, don't worry, we'll find it for you. Now, what did you do? Okay, that's sort of, whereas before it was, well, it's there. I mean, and I said, well, I have the screen open in front of me. Well, what did you press? Well, no, that's not the right one. But there's a whole change now in, and I don't think it's just, you've got to be more helpful than that. I just think people are feeling a bit better, and I think we're getting the benefits of that, and I have every reason to believe the next year will bring councillors and council structure increasingly to a really good level.
When did you appreciate or notice that change? Was that after the appointment of the interim administrator, or was that something that had happened before that?
Pretty much, yep. I'd say up until then, and there was, as you would know, an enormous friction and stress for some time. But once that, I guess the line in the sand, right, that's it, we've got to make some changes. I think that was a breath of fresh air for a lot of people.
Commissioner, I don't have any more specific questions at this stage. Mrs. Rowell-Miller, is there anything else you want to address the Commissioner on in respect of the terms of
Just thank you. Thank you very much, all of you, and we're on the right track. It's an arduous, might be a very long road, but Wingecarribee is a very special environment, and increasingly so from the city and so on, and we want it to be wonderful Wingecarribee, not whining Wingecarribee.
Thank you.
Is there an application? No. Thank you. Thank you for coming along today. Your attendance is much appreciated. You're excused from further attendance under your summons. Free to go. Mr. Parrish, is your next witness here, or are we running slightly ahead today? Not here?
He was scheduled for 12:20.
Yes, that's right. Well, I'll just adjourn for 15 minutes until 12:20. Thank you. Yes, we'll resume. I apologise to everybody watching for that short delay. Mr. Parrish.
Thank you, Commissioner. My next witness is Clive West.
Yes.
Mr. West, you're required to give your evidence either by virtue of affirmation or oath. Which would you prefer?
By affirmation.
Do you affirm and declare that the evidence that you're about to give to this inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. West. Mr. Parrish.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. West, can I start with a bit of background personally and vocationally about you? Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes. Well, I'm 72 years old, and I was fortunate enough to retire about 25 years ago. And since that time, I've been pretty well full-time on community issues and action and so forth. So I'm a member and on various committees in the Shire. And my personal background is retired government lawyer from the Federal Attorney General's Department. I was in the Office of Commercial Law, which is part of the old, used to be called Crown Solicitors, but now it's the Australian Government Solicitor's Office.
Yes. And how long have you lived in the Shire for?
About 22 years.
Thank you. And you're involved in two groups who have made submissions to the inquiry, Win Zero, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And also the Berrima Residents Association, is that
That's correct, yes.
We've heard this morning some evidence from Mr. White, who provided some background as to Win Zero, so I might skip over that. But can you tell me what your current position is within Win Zero?
I'm on the board of management of Win Zero, and Win Zero is an incorporated association with DGR status, so we have a public fund which can issue tax-deductible receipts. So it's a fairly serious organisation, or it is a serious organisation, concerned with climate change and not just how to reduce emissions, but also to build resilience.
And in that role you have regular interactions with council, is that fair to say?
Yes, we do. We, like, as Derrick would have probably explained, we have regular meetings with senior management in council, in particular with Lisa Miss Campbell, the General Manager, and also in separate meetings with Jeff King, the Deputy General Manager.
Did you used to have interactions with the previous General Manager, Ms. Prendergast?
No, we did occasionally, but not on a regular basis. Through the Berrima Residents Association, we would meet maybe once or twice a year to talk about particular village problems. But in the last few years of the last council, that fell by the wayside. They didn't appear to be interested in meeting with us.
What about councillors? Excuse me. Did you meet with councillors?
Yes, we did on an informal basis. So we met with people like Ian Scandrett and and we did occasionally meet with the Mayor on particular issues, but it wasn't on a regular basis like we have at the moment.
Thank you. Win Zero has raised specific concerns about planning recommendations for land within threatened ecological communities. Can you tell the Commissioner a bit about those concerns?
Yes, I've had a personal concern because I'm a member of the Environment and Sustainability Advisory Committee, and that the question of threatened ecological communities came before the Environment Committee in 2016. And there we had to consider the situation of a Bundanoon DA that had been approved. Might have been a planning proposal. Certainly it involved a critically endangered ecological community, quite a large area of forest, and a community petition of 500 people, mainly based in Bundanoon, had signed a petition protesting about this development, if you like. The councillors actually, on the basis of that petition, went out to Bundanoon to inspect the land, but when they got there, it had already been cleared. And so that huge swathe, it was quite a large area, of critically endangered, it's listed at the federal level, had been destroyed. And then we had a meeting of the of the Environment and Sustainability Committee to discuss this situation. And Anne Prendergast sat next to me in the meeting, and I took the opportunity while the meeting was going on to say, Anne, we really need a protocol. It's very important to have a planning protocol so that as soon as a DA or planning proposal comes up that has land with a threatened ecological community on it, there should be a red flag raised, and that DA or planning proposal should be referred to the environment section just to get their views. And Anne didn't really respond to that. And then shortly after that, as in a few months, I think, there was a proposal to create a tree and vegetation officer position in the planning area, not in the environment section. And the issue there that came before the Environment Committee was whether or not the Environment Levy should be used to partly fund that position. And we said, the committee agreed that we could fund it for the first year, but after that it's really a core function in council, and it shouldn't be funded out of the Environment Levy. So I think 50% of the position funding went from the Environment Levy, but we understood that that was only very temporary. What I didn't realise at the time, which was subsequently made clear to me in the last year or so, is that that position of the Tree and Vegetation Officer was meant to be a solution to environmental input into the planning process. But again, the environment section wasn't involved. They had no supervision of that officer as far as I can see. And the position was filled for a very short time. The officer, because the officer didn't have much support, the officer actually had mental issues, I understand, and left the position. And since then it's been unoccupied, which is for several years. So for several years there has been no dedicated environmental input into the planning process. And I've consistently protested about that, but nothing has happened.
There's a few issues that come out of that. I'll explore the planning instrument aspect of that firstly. In your view as a member of Win Zero, do you think the planning instruments that this council have, at least during the term 2016-2020, are sufficient to address issues that come up, for instance, in the space of environmental protection and ecology?
Yes, I think they are. I think the LEP and the DCP give grounds for refusing inappropriate. I think one of the things you have to remember with town planning is that whilst a particular DA can be permissible under the zoning, it may not be appropriate. And we're seeing that a lot in the Shire now, that developers are going into really quite remote bushland areas because it's zoned rural or environmental living, but it's really inappropriate. They're having to sort of put bulldozers through bush and blast roadways into ravines to get access, and those really should not. They're not appropriate, and so there should be more control over that. Yeah.
Forgive me. Does that not suggest that the planning instruments are not appropriate if something which is technically permissible but not really suitable can still be done?
It does, and I think landowners are very, very quick and very happy to take the benefit of a rezoning when it goes from rural to residential, but they don't want to go the other way. And I think this is something that the council has to face. Is it effectively an appropriation by council to rezone from environmental living or residential back to rural? And you'll understand that the difference is that with rural it's one dwelling right for every 40 hectares, and with residential or environmental living it can go down, or environmental living can go down to 1 acre. In Berrimah we've got environmental living that goes down to 1 acre. So where there could be only one dwelling for 100 acres, is suddenly you've got 100 dwellings.
And you refer as well to the Berrimah landscape conservation area and some problems around that in 2019. Can you just explain your concerns with that?
Yes, that was one of the areas that was subject to a planning proposal, And you have to distinguish between a planning proposal and a development application. A planning proposal is to create new dwelling rights, whereas a DA is to simply apply under the existing zoning for your permissible right. In this case, in Berrima, it was for a planning proposal, so there was nothing obligatory about it. If a DA is refused, the landowner has a right to appeal to the Land and Environment Court. If a planning proposal is refused, they do not. So the council's in a very strong position to refuse planning proposals. So in the case of Berrima, that was a particularly, because I live in Berrima, and actually I'm an adjoining landowner to some of the land, not all the land, but some of the land that was to be given extra dwelling rights. I suppose I became emotionally involved as well as involved as a lawyer and a member of the Residents Association. And I just felt very offended by the way this was approached. The one lot that particularly upset me was the 10 acres almost completely covered in bushland within the landscape conservation area. And within that bushland, I think it was about 15 or 20% was a threatened ecological community, the Southern Highland Shire woodland. And there was only one sliver of clear land that was available for a house to be built, but to get to it, you'd have to put a road through the bush. That particular lot was one of a parcel of 4 lots, which the landowner bought by way of converting grazing rights to freehold, I think back in the 1960s, but he paid $350 for the 4 10-acre lots. In the 1980s, he wrote to the chief engineer of council, which was Ken Halstead at the time, back in the 1980s, and he asked, if I sell 1 or 2 of the lots from that parcel of 4, do I retain my dwelling right? And Ken Halstead wrote a very good letter saying, no, you do not. If you break up the parcel, you lose your dwelling right, the one dwelling right for the 4 lots. And then then the landowner nevertheless went ahead and sold first sold 2 lots, I think, and then sold the 3rd lot, but retained the 4th lot. And that was close to the house where he lived. So this same lot, which had been told, which the council had said in the 1980s, you don't have a dwelling right, you're going to lose it, was effectively given back a dwelling right. And in that very environmentally sensitive area. That was particularly upsetting for me, yeah.
And in your view, what were the deficiencies or problems with the process that you think caused the concerns that you had? Was it a systemic issue? Was it a resourcing issue?
This issue of the planning proposal first came up in a review of the local planning strategy. And when the first draft came out, and we saw that there was a proposal to rezone or to give Schedule 1 exemptions to the zoning for not just the land on our side of the Old Hume Highway, but on the other side, which was actually crucially more important, because it's the land, the rural land between New Berrima and Berrima. And just prior to the strategic plan draft coming out, Mark Pepping, the Deputy General Manager, had assured us in an email that that land between Berrima and New Berrima would not be rezoned. It was protected for the purpose of keeping the 2 villages separated by the green between. And yet they did, in fact, in this strategic plan review, they did, in fact, they recommended giving 3 additional dwelling rights. You know, 3 additional dwelling rights in that very rural zone. You go from being rural to not even semi-rural. You get on those size lots, you get McMansions, and they become gardens. They're no longer rural. They become gardens. So and Berrima, as you probably know, is a very unique village. It's one of the very early colonial plan towns, but never grew beyond a village. And so the rural landscape is absolutely crucial to giving a sense of its heritage, which is a very small rural village, and surrounded by rural and bushland surroundings. Yeah.
Is it fair to say that you didn't think the communication and interactions you had with council on that issue then were well dealt with?
Look, it came to a head. We actually had a meeting, because we had the, at that stage we still had twice a year meetings with council to discuss village issues. We raised our serious concerns at that meeting, and that meeting had Anne Prendergast, the two deputy general managers, Mark Pepping and Barry Paul, and I think Larry Whipper was the mayor at the time, and Larry was sitting at our end of the table. And Mary Kaywood was the president of the BRA, and she immediately, when we put forward our concerns about this planning, the strategic plan review, she said, "But Mark, you know, why have you put in this recommendation for rezoning or Schedule 1 changes to the use?" And Mark said, "Oh, it was a compromise with the landowners." And Mary said, "But why compromise?" And he just said, he basically just said, "Well, that's the way it is. We compromised." And so we were left with the impression that there'd been some sort of arrangement or...
That's our transcription microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, good.
So, oh, sorry. Yeah. So, at the meeting, we had about 4 or 5 representatives from the Berrima Residents Association, including myself and Mary Kaywood, Mary Moore, Eric Savage, and we all took issue. But by that stage, because that was later in the meeting, most of the people had left. And so Anne Prendergast had left, I think Barry Paul, there was just Mark Pepping, I think, left. Perhaps Larry Whipper, although he says subsequently he doesn't recall that conversation, but certainly with Mark Pepping, the 4 of us from the Residents Association took issue with why there's a sudden change of approach. The landowners who had put in the request for a change had been refused several times in the past. So this was a sort of turnabout for the council. And so we just wanted to know what was the cause of this change of mind. And Mark's response to that was that it was a, I've forgotten the word now, sorry. It was a accommodation, or he said it was a compromise. But if compromise implies some sort of negotiated dealing with the landowners. And once I heard this notion of compromise, it immediately raised in my mind the notion of apprehended bias. Or a predetermined outcome, because we thought, you know, having got the public to protest at the draft strategic plan that this was inappropriate, and there was a lot of public outcry about it, that in the next issue of the draft review, it would have been dropped, but it wasn't. So quite a number of other planning proposals had been dropped, recommendations for planning had been dropped, but this one wasn't.
Can I ask about the use of the phrase apprehended bias? Am I correct in thinking that that was a phrase that was used by a Berrima Residents Association person in a council meeting around the 22nd of May 2019?
Yes.
Can you describe the events of what happened after that meeting in a, not in respect of the conservation issue, but in respect of issues you may have had with councillors at that time?
It wasn't expressed as apprehended bias at that time as such. It was our concern that this notion of compromise implied some sort of understanding, and therefore the council was sort of locked in to keeping up that recommendation. As the process progressed, and we got into a serious consideration of the draft strategic plan, we made contact with quite a few other people in the Shire, including the Sutton Forest people, and they put in quite a large number of submissions because there's similar issues with Sutton Forest as there are to Berrima. It's a heritage landscape, and so they were also feeling concerned that if the council can just change things because they've reached a compromise with landowners, then they also felt vulnerable. So they put in a large number of submissions. We also had about 5 or 6 of the state's top heritage experts, including the authors of a heritage landscape study, Colleen Morris and Christine, I've forgotten Christine's second name, but they put in they prepared, financed by the anti-coal people, but sponsored by the Berriman Residents Association. Those two people prepared a 165-page report on the importance of Sutton Forest and Berriman landscape to that preserving the heritage significance of Berriman and Sutton Forest. And both of the authors put in strong submissions saying this was a very bad idea. Council's own heritage advisor said this is a very bad idea, it would create a bad precedent, because if you allow these two landowners, there's about 200 to 300 town lots from the old town plan that are not developed, and so if you give it to these two landowners, why shouldn't you give it to others? And so the heritage advisor, Peter Kabala, said it would create a bad precedent. Mark Pepping's response was to say precedent is no longer relevant because each case is decided on its merits. But of course the merits include whether it will create a precedent. So it was a sort of a silly comment.
Can I ask about the events of a council meeting on 22 May 2019? Were you at that meeting?
Yes, I gave the presentation on behalf of the Berriman Residents Association, in which we objected to the planning proposals.
And am I right in saying that out of that presentation came an inference, at least from some councillors, that that presentation was suggesting that they were corrupt? Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain those events?
It came as a shock. It was a bit like walking into a swimming pool full of sharks. I think they'd obviously had a meeting before the council session. All the councillors have a briefing before the session. And I think that, I believe, that's my feeling anyway, that Mark Pepping had threatened to resign unless something was done about it. And that was confirmed. I haven't got the text of the recording, but Mark Pepping, at one point, when I turned to Mark in the session and said, "Mark, you recall that," meaning his reference to a compromise with the landowners, he just really lost his temper and I think slammed the desk and said, "This is outrageous. If something is not done about this, I'm leaving the council. Not leaving the session, but leaving the council." So I think he had said to my feeling is he'd said to the councillors in the pre-session briefing that he was expecting them to back him.
And that was in relation to an inference that some council laws took. Was it that you were alleging that they were corrupt?
No, I made very clear that I was not insinuating or saying that they were corrupt. I said that when you have a situation like this where all the heritage experts, council's own heritage advisor, and a very large public outcry was opposing it, then if you proceed with the recommendation for approval, you run the risk of a perception of corruption. And I repeated that several times, that I'm not saying you're corrupt, I'm saying that you have a risk of the community perceiving this recommendation as being a form of corruption. It's a perception.
And can you tell the Commissioner about the threat of legal action which came after that meeting?
Yes, the next day I received an email from Duncan Gare, the Mayor at the time, saying that what you have done is outrageous, and it was quite personal, and we are considering taking legal action against you.
Can I ask whether that email expressed whether or not Councillor Gare was acting in a personal capacity, in a capacity as a single councillor, or in a capacity as representing all of the councillors or the governing body?
I think
Do you recall?
the impression I got was that he was sending it as the Mayor, and therefore, on behalf of council, said, I don't think all of the councillors would have supported legal action, no. But I think Duncan Gare was, I think, using his position as mayor, and I think writing as mayor. I think he might have signed as mayor, actually. But we fortunately, because I have a legal background, I'd recommended some years before to the Berrimah Residents Association that they have officers and association insurance, and that covers defamation. So when we received that email, we immediately referred it to our insurers, and they said, look, no, don't worry, you're covered by the insurance, but the best thing is to diffuse it, and you can do that by giving a public apology and avoid the whole issue. So,
Can I just ask, from your recollection of the letter, was there a specific reference to the legal action that might be being considered? Was that legal action defamation, or was that particularised?
it was unclear, but certainly defamation was, if you like, wafting in the air. And the reason why I say that is that the Greens councillor, I think they'd had this on the day of the session which considered the planning, considered the recommendation for the strategic plan. On the day that planning proposal came forward, the Greens councillor came in, and after my presentation, he was the first to ask a question. And he said, I have here in front of me an email that you sent to councillors yesterday, and in that email you say that the deputy general manager, that this planning proposal is a deal between the landholders and the planning staff. And he said, what do you mean by deal? And I said, I'm referring to this reference to a compromise. Mark Pipping had said previously that this planning proposal represented a compromise between the planners and the landowner. And so, that was for so having satisfied that, then I didn't realise I had to give evidence. I had to make a presentation for the second parcel of lots. I thought I was giving a presentation for the two different parcels. But then, so I was a bit shocked to be called again to the stand to then talk about the second parcel, which I can't remember whether it was the east or the west side of the Old Hume Highway. But again, after my presentation, the Greens councillor Gordon Marquardt came again, was the first to ask a question, and he repeated the question in identical terms. I have here an email sent yesterday to all the councillors in which you refer to this planning proposal as being representing a deal between the landowners and the planners. What do you mean by deal? I'm a member of the Greens party, and I was a bit shocked that there was this aggressive... I have differed with Gordon Marquardt on a number of things, but I was nevertheless shocked that he appeared to be the assassin, if you like. I think it was all agreed beforehand, who was going to ask what and so forth. But it was very disconcerting and quite upsetting, yeah.
I want to come back to the threat of legal action in a second, but just while we're on the topic, did you feel that the interactions that you had with councillors about planning matters was appropriate and effective, or was there a feeling that it was unnecessarily antagonistic?
On that particular issue, the language used, which is recorded in the session, Ken Halstead, for instance, said, I particularly resent any intimation of corruption, and you can call it perception or whatever, but you're saying that there's corruption. And then at one point he said, I'm not going to look at him. I know who he is. This is talking about me. I'm not going to look at him. I know who he is, but how dare he come into this chamber and it was a very personal attack, yeah.
How did that leave you feeling?
I felt, as a retired government lawyer, I was outraged. This is not process. And it's not probity.
Can I now go back to that threat of legal action letter and lean perhaps slightly on your legal knowledge? I think your evidence was that there was no specific reference to defamation in it. And forgive me if this, it seems, might be post your time as a lawyer, but there are procedures in the Defamation Act to take steps to withdraw or recant an imputation. Was there anything about that in the letter that you recall?
It was an email.
Pardon me,
Nothing
email.
in the email. But subsequently, after we consulted with our insurer, we sent an email to Duncan. I think Eric Savage, is the president of the BRA, sent an email to Duncan Gare saying we've consulted with our insurer and we would be happy to give a public apology for any offence caused. And yes. So defamation wasn't particularly mentioned, but as a lawyer, I was sort of acutely aware of Gordon Marquardt's question, talking about a deal. Twice he asked that question, what do you mean by deal? and also with Mark Pepping's response of outrage, so I just felt that was what it was all about. It was all about defamation on the part of Mark Pepping, perhaps.
Do you have that email with you?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't come prepared for the Berrima Residents Association submission.
Okay. Do you recall whether you understood that the threat of legal action was being taken on behalf of Mr. Guerina by himself or on behalf of all councillors?
I wasn't sure how that was going to be based. There was about the same time, there was a case in the Blue Mountains where a staff member, the council paid the legal costs for a staff member who had apparently been defamed. And I thought perhaps council was proposing to run, if you like, finance. I think Mark Pepping would have argued that he had a cause of action because it was only Mark Pepping that was really the person who made that comment about compromise. So,
yes. Can I just show you what I think is the email that you're referring to, and I'll just start by asking you to confirm that.
shall I read it out? Or?
Can I just ask to confirm that that's the email that you've been referring to?
That is yes. I will be seeking legal advice after reviewing the audio tape of the meeting as to...
I'll just pause there and just...
Okay.
What's the date of the email?
The date is the 23rd of May 2019.
And who is the email sent? What address is the email sent from?
It's sent from Duncan Gare at Wingecarribee, WSC, New South Wales. Yes. So.
And does Councillor Gare express, and take your time to read it if you need to, precisely who he is sending this letter on behalf of?
He says that they're going to get legal advice after reviewing the audio tape, and he also says, I also believe that your comments have affected councillors' sense of credibility and honesty within the general community. And again, I will be seeking a legal position on this.
Any reference to Mr. Pepping in that letter?
No, there's not.
And is there any reference to steps that you could take to recant or withdraw what you said?
No, there's not. It was the Berrima Residents Association that initiated the idea of an apology. We initiated the idea of an apology, and then the response to that was Duncan Gare coming back to us and saying, yes, we will accept an apology, provided it's a public apology, and it's given at the beginning of the next council session.
What was your impression about the request that it be a public apology in the next council session?
I was very upset because it seemed to me to be intimidatory, and it was basically trying to show that I was being dressed down in public, and yeah, basically it was rubbing salt in the wound. I already felt aggrieved by the fact that, yes, it had become very personal, and also that disregarded the legal issues about saying that it was a compromise.
Did you find the email of 23 May 2019 intimidatory?
Find it, sir?
Did you find the 23 May 2019 email that you have in front of you intimidatory?
I did, yes. Because we're volunteers, and we don't get paid for what we're doing. We're community members who've been actively involved for, I've been here 22 years, and I've been actively involved with the community all that time. And we put our necks on the line a bit when we come out and oppose things. So it was very difficult, yes. I felt very intimidated and yeah, just made to feel bad, yeah.
Did you feel as if it were a proportionate response to the comments you had made at the meeting the day before?
It was proportionate to the councillor's response. There was sort of mutterings about corruption, and so it was, yes, so the email reflected the outrage that the councillors, it's not just what they said, it's the way they said it. And that's again all on the recordings.
Can you explain what your impression was of how they said it?
Yes. It was, there's a number of the councillors who directly said, how dare you come into the chamber and suggest that. It was a sort of an accusation. It was quite accusatory, and that's why I think there'd been quite a lot of discussion before the session. They came in primed. They went straight into the attack.
How did the events that we've just been talking about affect you and your engagement and advocacy in the community and with respect to the council?
The net result was that I became more determined to fight what I consider to be, the word corruption is very broad. I don't think people understand how broad corruption is, the term corruption is. My understanding is that it covers official misconduct, and it needn't involve bribes or any personal benefit. It's basically where you are undermining the integrity of the system. And as a government lawyer, that was central to my role as a government lawyer. I was an advisor on what they call major projects in the government. And so 10 million was a very small contract. It was mainly contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars for defence, or strategically important contracts like purchasing big art objects for the museum or the National Gallery. So probity and due process was absolutely central to that. And I could see that the council was way offline. And in fact, not only was I drawing this to the council's attention about Mark Pepping's comment about compromise, they should have actually been pursuing that. And their role as councillors is to ensure that the planning section does not go into deals in the loose sense with landowners.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't have any other specific questions at this time.
Could I just say that when it came time to give the apology, I'd written it out, and I read it very quickly, but coincidentally the same day was the day that the council was considering whether they should use the part of the environment levy for funding for 5 years a regional gallery. And there'd been a lot of protest about that, and I personally organised a major meeting at the East Barrel Community Hall to stop it. And and then that led to another public meeting in the Barrel Memorial Hall. But because of my dispute with Duncan Gare refused to deal with me on the environment levy issue. He refused to be in the same room, and my insurer said I should not be in the same room as the mayor. And so when that public meeting was held, I was not able to attend the public meeting. And I just thought, this is really going from bad to worse. But on the day that the council was considering the environment levy was that I had to give the public apology at the first start of the session, And that was the day when that environment levy was being considered. So the public gallery was absolutely packed, and most of the people who know me because of my involvement in the community. And when I gave the apology and talked about the word corruption and corrupt was just heard, all they could hear was corrupt or corruption. And so it actually, I think, backfired on council, because I think that, I know that friends of mine who were in the audience were saying that people around them were saying, why is Clive talking about corruption? So the whole, yes, look, I think the whole thing ended up giving council a very bad image.
Just going back, I just wanted to pick up part of your answer where there was after the council meeting at which you delivered the apology, there was a community meeting after the council meeting. Is that what you're saying?
No.
I'm sorry.
There's two separate issues, and that's
Yes.
why next week I was going to talk about the rezoning issue.
I just want to get in my own mind the meeting where the mayor refused to be in the same room with you.
That was the so there were negotiations with the environmentalists and the mayor on the environment levy. There were private meetings on that.
Yes.
But I was excluded from joining that meeting.
Oh, those meetings. I'm sorry.
Those
I've
meetings.
conflated the meetings in my own mind.
Right, yeah.
Yes, I see. All right. And when you say you were excluded, who excluded you?
Duncan Gare.
Right.
He said, I will not be in the same room.
And was this after you delivered the apology?
No, before,
Was it in between the two meetings?
yes.
At the time he excluded you, had you made known that you were going to proffer the apology?
I'm not sure, it was all about the same time.
Yes. All right.
It was all within a matter of days, yeah.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Parrish.
Thank you. Bearing in mind the time constraints that we have on this inquiry, it may not be possible for you to speak next week on other topics. Is there anything else you want to say now within the terms of reference more generally? This is probably the only opportunity.
There is. Okay, you'll notice from the Win Zero submission that we've had a concern for some time about the planning, the community access to council mapping. And that's actually a current concern. So Win Zero has been actively involved in the Frensham litigation, which council is involved in. Council has retained counsel, senior counsel and so forth, and also ecologists, and so it's costing a lot of money. And we find the Win Zero team, who are helping the council side, the Marsden solicitors who are helping them, and Anne Clements, the ecologist, are finding ourselves as being the go-between between those people, the solicitors and the barrister, and council, the environment section.
Sorry, Ms. West, just pause for a moment. Mr. Parrish, what term of reference does this fall into?
I'm not sure.
What I'm getting at is that there's a systemic problem within council bureaucracy where you have silos.
I see.
And so the silo in this case is that the environment section will not get involved with planning matters. They refuse to get involved with planning matters.
Yes, it's
in terms of DAs.
It's the common experience of silos where one doesn't speak to the other. Is that the issue you're describing?
So, for instance, I had a request by Anne Clements, who's the ecologist acting for council in the litigation. She said, can you find out...
Don't tell me anything about what's happening in the litigation. That's outside my terms of reference. Try and address your comments more generally if you can.
Yeah. Okay.
I understand the issues of silos not speaking to one another. In fact, at the firm I once worked in, we were all put into silos as named, which was perhaps slightly odd. So I understand that issue. So if you can generally describe to me your concerns about how the silo is operating, but I don't, given it's well outside my terms of reference, I don't think I should hear what's happening in the litigation.
In the litigation, okay. Yes. So I'm just wondering how I can express that without referring to litigation.
Well, is the general issue this, that there are important matters coming from the environment side,
Yes.
which you perceive are not feeding into the development side?
That's right, yes.
I appreciate that may be at a higher level than the particular examples, but have I understood the general issue correctly?
Yes, I think there's a systemic problem in council in terms of access to information on the environment.
Yes.
And for instance, I requested from the manager of the environment section a map showing biodiversity corridors in various parts of the Shire, and they haven't been forthcoming. One of the lower level staff did make a map available, which it turns out was from the 2003 Biodiversity Strategy of Councils. That's an approved document. But for some reason, I wasn't given the information, only subsequently when I asked the lower level officer. Yeah.
Right. I understand that point.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Mr. Parrish?
Nothing further.
All right. I understand there's an application, or maybe. Yes, all right. Yes. What are the topics? Firstly.
So have I finished?
Not yet. There's an application by Councillor Scandrett to ask you some questions, and I'm just going to deal with that now.
Commissioner, my application in relation to Mr. West relates to some of the evidence he's just given. In particular, was the Mayor's letter clearly on behalf of all councillors, the letter regarding legal action, and also he's touched on communications. I'd like to clarify something there. I'd also like to find out if Mr. West feels there are any other areas for the Mayor's attitude towards him in relation to his profile in the community. And I also would like to ask Mr. West were there any other matters, public matters that he was involved in the community. I'll be naming Station Street as the possible one there, that he might want to comment on that. And finally, I have a couple of questions about the reference to the environmental levy and the two public meetings in East Barrel and Barrel regarding the apportionment of those funds
All right.
to the art gallery.
Let's deal with the first topic first, the email.
Thank you.
Do you still have the email, Mr. West? Not with you, but do you have it?
No, I haven't got it here because I was expecting to.
I understand,
next week, yes.
But do you have it?
I have it, yes.
Yes. Would you produce that to the inquiry?
I could.
Yes.
Do you want me to come along next week?
Oh, just send it to Mr. Broad.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think, Councillor Scandrett, we're going to get the email. It may be somewhere in our many papers already. Ultimately, it's a matter for me, isn't it, to determine how I read that email? I mean, the evidence has already been given of what he perceived about that. Is there some issue that I'm missing?
The email that you're referring to, Angus just passed to me on the iPad.
Right, okay. So
Commissioner, I don't doubt that you are the person to make that, of course,
yes.
but I'm interested in Mr. West's clarification of his perception of that, because
yes,
it's not clear. So
ask your question.
My question, Mr. West, is the email you received about the alleged defamatory statements.
No. That's not what he said.
No reference to defamation.
I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. The email you received from Mayor Gare the day after that meeting in 2019, 23rd of May, I think it was it clear that it was on behalf of all councillors or what?
He referred to all councillors in a broad sense, but I did take it as an email from the Mayor as the Mayor.
And did you take it
on behalf of council?
On behalf of councillors, not on behalf of Councillor Gare as himself, but on
behalf.
From the Mayor on behalf of all councillors. Thank you.
Councillor, when you're try not to speak over the witness when you're interacting. Just let the witness finish, because it makes it not only a very difficult transcription service, but then I can't, when I read it later, work out which bit the witness is responding to. So just bear that in mind.
Thank you.
Yes, the next topic.
Mr West, you've touched on communications with council laws and the staff. Could you give me your expanded view on how effective communication was with the organisation and the various parts of that?
I'm in a fortunate position to be on the Environment Committee, so I do, in a sense, have access to officers in the Environment section. So I have and continue to deal directly with certain action officers, if you like, or officers on the ground. And so I'm very grateful for that facility, if you like, yes.
And may I expand on that to say, as a community member, and I think you're a member of the BRA, Berrimah Residents Association, would you like to comment on communication from that perspective?
As I said in earlier years, going back 15 years or so, the Berrimah Residents Association had a very good and open relationship with council, but during the last council, the last 5 years or so, things have become much more difficult, and we do get the impression that the Berrimah Residents Association is on the nose a bit in the council, and so we just felt that communications had dropped away.
Thank you.
Is that all?
My next question relates to the approach by Councillor Gare towards Mr West, and I'd like him to just comment on whether he thinks any other matters were at play there.
I reject that question. You need to give examples of other interactions.
Mr West said that he felt that the councillors were primed at the briefing prior, and that Councillor Gare refused to deal with him after this occasion. I'd like to know if Mr West thinks that that was in relation to his proposed candidacy as a councillor for 2020.
No, I don't think it was, no. I think it's more that Councillor Gare wanted to defend his staff, and I can see why he would want to do that, but it was very heavy-handed the way it was done. Am I permitted to ask the question a question?
Not generally. What is the issue you wish to raise?
It's just that Ian was at the briefing before the council session, and I just wanted to know whether or not...
No.
Mark Pittman, no, you can't, okay.
My fourth question, Commissioner, relates to other community matters. Mr West indicated that he was involved in those, and I nominated Station Street as an experience that I think it was the BRA particularly were interested in. Could you just comment on your experience with communication in that space, please?
Yes, again, it was quite antagonistic. The Berrimah residents, not just the association, but the Berrimah residents have a constant, every day it's a problem. We come down Oxley Hill Road, we turn left onto, what's the name of that?
Wingecarribee Street.
Not Wingecarribee, but you go, anyway, you have to go over the bridge, and it's a very difficult corner, there's a blind spot.
Kirkham Road.
You sort of tentatively go forward, and it's always a near accident sometimes. So we wanted to see a bridge at the brickworks, Kirkham Road, on Kirkham Road at the brickworks. And I'm on the Austral Community Liaison Committee, and so for the last few years I've been aware that the brickworks is closing and will be moving to New Berrimah. They've got a DA for a new brickworks there, and so I was aware that the brickworks would be vacated. So I suggested to the Berrimah Residents Association that they put forward a concept plan for the brickworks, which would make it a 20-hectare park using the quarry as a lake, and also use the opportunity to put a bridge at where the railway is, near the brickworks. And so we put forward this concept plan. It was immediately dismissed out of hand. Barry Paul's response was that the bridge there would cost $60 to $80 million, and Duncan Gare was parroting that. In fact, we got a qualified engineer who specialises in railway bridges, and for the simple two-lane bridge that we were proposing, with a roundabout at each end, the estimate was $5 to $10 million, not 60 to 80. So this is typical of a way of sort of smashing ideas. I must say, since then, we had a meeting with Lisa a couple of weeks ago, and at the end of the meeting, I just mentioned the fact that we had this concept plan which had been squashed by the previous regime, and she said, "Oh, please send it to me." So and that was a very good response. I just thought, what a breath of fresh air that is. And I explained in the covering note to Lisa that we were not expecting the council to pay for this, because it would be probably a couple $100 million. It's a huge thing to create a park that size. But what we were looking for was a feasibility study, which would cost probably between $30,000 and $50,000. But the previous council wouldn't even consider that either. So there's been a complete change in council.
Thank you.
Just following on from that, so you're saying that the current interim administration and new general manager are receptive to ideas,
Absolutely.
and you would compare it to the
I cannot believe the stress
council.
that's left my shoulders since we've had the administrator. It's been fantastic, yeah.
and you're comparing that to the council of 16 to 20.
Sorry?
You're making that comparison, I take it,
yes.
to the council of...
Things were getting bad, and as you would know, Councillor Scandrett, things got really bad, and Station Street was really the issue that really galvanised everyone. And you opposed it from the start. So, but no, this I can't explain. It's like a relief that we're finally being heard. The community's being heard. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. West. My last question, Commissioner, relates to the environment levy, the proposed diversion of the environment levy, part of the environment levy, to funding the regional art gallery, which also involved, as you would recall, Mr. West, a reduction of services at the RRC by reduction of hours.
Sorry, Councillor Scandrett, that does, in that format, makes no sense to me.
I'll try and...
You'll have to break it up.
Okay.
And if you want the witness to agree with propositions, you have to give them an opportunity to agree with the propositions that you're putting. So just break it up step by step.
I can proffer a response to that if you like.
Well, I don't actually understand what the question was, so
Okay,
I think it has to be
I'll
redone.
restate this. Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. West, you mentioned the two meetings at East Barrel and Barrel Memorial Hall. They were large public meetings relating to the proposed reallocation of the part of the environment levy to the regional art gallery, which you...
Just stop. Do you agree with all that?
Yes.
Right, continue.
Thank you, Commissioner. So would you like to comment on that? And may I also ask for your comments on the proposed diversion of RRC, reduction of RRC hours, which was also part of that proposal?
Well, just firstly, I think the first part of the question is directed to the meetings. Do you have any observations about the meetings?
Yes, I wasn't able to attend the second larger meeting.
Yes.
And so I had people there doing that for me.
Right.
But yes, no, I think Ian's right. Part of the problem with this diversion of funds was reduce the amount spent on the environment.
Sorry, I just want to get the sense of, you were at one of the two meetings?
I was at the first, I organised the first meeting.
I see.
Yes.
And who else was there?
Councillor Larry Whipper.
Yes.
And I think Ian, were you there?
No, don't look to the question.
I can't answer
And I
that.
can't recall exactly, but I
I
know
see.
Larry Whipper.
So some councillors?
Some councillors.
Yes. And any management?
I don't recall.
All right. And what was the purpose of the meeting?
The meeting was to discuss the proposed diversion of, I think it was quite a lot of money, from the environment levy to the regional gallery.
Yes, I see. And what was the outcome of that meeting?
There was a resolution saying that the meeting opposed it.
Yes.
And so it was a very strong resolution.
And was that communicated to council?
Yes.
And was there any response?
There was further there was, and that went into negotiations with Duncan Gare, but I was excluded from
That was the bit you were excluded from.
Sorry?
They were the negotiations you were later excluded
There were
from.
negotiations directly. It was myself, Jeff Byrne, can't remember the third person, but we were negotiating directly with Duncan Gare on
About what?
about just what the, how to, well, from our perspective, how to stop it, from his perspective, how to rationalise it.
Yes. So, yes, I understand. All right.
But I think after the second big public meeting, which was packed out, Duncan Gare turned up to that meeting and he publicly stood up and said, we are not going to divert the funds.
I see. All right. Okay. And what was the second part of the question? Sorry.
Mr. West, do you recall that the other part of the proposal of diversion of funds, if you wish, was by reducing services at the RRC hours of operation?
Yes, I do. That was also upsetting. From an environmental point of view, the RRC is doing a wonderful job. They really have top recycling provisions for green waste and so forth. So they've reduced the hours, which I think is a huge loss on the part of the community. So the whole thing was just really messy. And the net result was either way, the community was going to lose out.
Just summing up, if I may ask you, so do you feel these were decisions of the whole of the council?
I reject that.
Okay. Do you think these decisions were being discussed in briefings not available to the public?
I reject that.
I'm not sure about the briefings, but...
How would he know?
So it was not the view of...
So stop, please. So how would the witness know that?
Well, Commissioner, I think it's sort of by omission, because he stated before that those briefings were not public, and that he felt that they, a certain matter, which was the matter in discussion here, was already defined in the briefings prior to the council.
Well, that was his perception.
Perception,
of what happened
sir.
at the
Yes,
meeting.
that's right.
So he's given plenty of evidence about that. I think there's no controversy that the briefings were not open to the public. So asking a witness what he or she thinks happened in them is not really going to help me.
I'd like to thank the witness for his time today. Thank you. I'm finished now.
Right.
Thank you.
Mr. Parrish, anything arising?
No.
Thank you. Thank you for coming along today and
that's right.
giving your evidence
Thank you
and
for
answering
allowing me
summons.
to-
You're excused from further attendance under your summons and free to go.
Sorry?
You're excused and you can go on your
Would
way.
you like me to attend again next week? Because that was going to be on the... very-
Have a chat with Mr. Broad. I think Mr. Parrish has covered all the areas he would wish to
Great.
address you with. But just check with Mr. Broad on your way out.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's terrific.
We're well into the luncheon adjournment. Should we resume at 2:15?
Yes.
Yes. Is
Yes,
that sufficient?
Yes, yes,
Yes. All right.
definitely.
I'll adjourn until 2:15.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm well back from.
Yes, Mr. Parrish.
Thank you, Commissioner. My next witness is John Burgess.
Mr. Burgess, you are required to give your evidence either by virtue of an oath or an affirmation, which would you prefer? You swear that the evidence you're about to give to this inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Mr. Parrish.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Burgess, can I start with some personal background and then I'll move to your role within the council, because I understand you held several positions. Can I start with some personal background, how long you've lived in the Shire and your vocation generally?
Sure. I don't live in the Shire. I live on the Central Coast. I used to commute down Monday morning and go home Friday afternoon. I lived in a suburb called Banno Bay in the previous fabulous Wyong Shire, now part of Central Coast, and I'm very unhappy ratepayer having to pick up the debts, seeing as I was in charge of finance at Wyong Shire.
That's another commissioner's problem, I think.
It is, Commissioner.
When did you commence working in this council?
It was my birthday in August of the year eludes me, but 7 years, so it would be 2014, August 2014.
And what was your role at the council at that time?
I initially came here as a contractor to assist the council with development of a package they had had for some considerable time. It was a meeting package. That brief was for about 2 months. I returned home and received a phone call from the council asking whether I'd come back and act in the role of human resources until they went through a recruitment process. I held that role that morphed into include risk about 6 or 8 months later. And then over time, I think about 3 years ago, they changed the role from manager organisation development to group manager organisation development. Those dates may not be absolutely perfect, but I'm sure your records will.
I might be able to show you a document in Tender Bundle A. Page 4 of Tender Bundle A.
Page 4, organisation structure.
That's the one. It says 28 April 2015, and this is version 8 as at 30 September 2016. You're in there as 3-year fixed term on the right-hand side, about the middle. Manager organisational development. Does that sound about right at that time?
That's correct.
And how long did you hold that role?
Assuming that they are the name change from manager organisation development to group manager.
Yes.
Would have been for a period from May 2015 until 22nd of April or thereabouts 2021.
And On the 22nd of April 2021, what role did you then assume?
Unemployed.
Post your unemployment role, did you have another role in council at that time?
No, I did not.
Can I ask whether before 22 April 2021 your role did in fact change from Group Manager of Organisational Development and you held more temporary roles further up the chain, as it were?
Oh, sorry, that they were acting roles.
Yes.
For very short periods of time.
Can you tell me what those acting roles were?
And one acting role was for a short time for finance. One was for assets, I think it was called back then. And I think that became project delivery. And I acted on occasion for the Deputy General Manager, Operations, Finance and Risk in his absence for short periods.
Any other roles that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
Were you the acting general manager for a time?
Oh, recently,
Yes.
for a week, yes.
Yes.
My apologies, I forgot that one.
Obviously a memorable position. I think my questions will mainly focus around your time as manager and group manager of organisational development, but by all means, if you feel the need throughout your answers to distinguish between any roles, let me know. Who did you report to as manager or group manager of organisational development?
The Deputy General Manager, Operations, Finance and Risk.
And was that Mr. Barry Paul for most of your time?
Yes.
How many staff did you manage in your role?
At the commencement, probably around about 6 or 7, and as once risk was added, and minor changes to part of the operations of organisation development, about 16 or 17.
As part of your role, were you required to attend briefing sessions with councillors on most Wednesdays of the month?
No, rarely if ever, except at the invitation of the General Manager or the Deputy General Manager.
Were you required to attend council meetings?
No, again at the request of the General Manager or the Deputy General Manager. Unless, of course, if I was acting up in Mr. Paul's role.
And that did happen from time to time, that you attended council meetings and you did from time to time attend briefings?
Yes, briefings I attended irregularly, depending on what the issues were, if they were risk-based issues. I did attend council meetings irregularly, depending on the reports that may have been listed on a business paper, but that would normally have been directed towards organisational issues, as distinct from whether it was engineering, planning or some other form.
I apologise, this is probably chronologically a question I should have asked earlier, but prior to 2014, were you working in other councils or in respect of other local government roles?
No, I wasn't. I was working for myself after I had a bout of prostate cancer.
So you were an independent contractor before you took on your role in 2014?
Yes, I was. I was involved with my son's business. And
Thank you. In your other roles as an independent contractor, did you interact with other local councils at all? Was this your first experience dealing with local government and councils?
No. I have previously held roles as general managers. I have been, just at the commencement of my career, of town clerk, way back when, for a little town called, country town called Glen Innes, where I was town clerk, appointed in 1982. I left there to go to Wyong, where I held a variety of positions at Wyong, finance, corporate services, deputy shire clerk, and acted for the shire clerk for an extended period when his wife was very, very ill with brain cancer.
Did you have occasion to attend either briefings or council meetings of Wyong Shire Council from time to time?
At Wyong, I was required to attend all meetings of council. Wyong Council did not have formal briefings. We had weekend workshops where we spent time on strategic issues. In terms of the business paper, was a business paper prepared by the General Manager, and all questions were asked either in the chamber or directly to the General Manager prior to the meeting. But in terms of formal briefings, rarely, if ever.
Can I ask you about your experience in dealing with briefings in this Shire Council? And given when you commenced working here, I might just break it up between the 2016-2020 term and the 2012-2016 term. Can I first ask you about your experience, if any, with briefings during the 2012 to 2016 term?
Commissioner, with respect, as I say, I rarely attended, but the briefings and the council meetings I attended seemed to be quite cordial.
And in 2016 to 2020, was that your experience as well, in respect of briefings?
Briefings were, by and large, in that period, I would say, depending on the subject, convivial. On other subject issues, such as Station Street or some of the hot issues around at that stage, that were very, very caustic.
And this is in briefings?
In briefings.
Yes. Did you ever get reports, either in your role as organisational development manager or from the staff that you directly managed, about people's impressions of councillor behaviour and briefings in the 2016 to 2020 term?
I would get some comments from my staff, and my comment to them very strongly was council staff role is to report to the council. The council then makes a decision. It's then up to the staff to implement that decision. Staff used to listen to 2ST, and I directed that we turned off as a result of what I was hearing on the radio stations.
Can you be specific about what you were hearing on the radio stations and what led you to the conclusion that the best thing to do was to turn the radio off?
Specific only to the extent that I can recall that after council meetings, 2ST would have a session, and it invariably was negative towards the council, and that was affecting my staff in terms of their perception, because they not only work for the council, they also lived in the community and thought it was unfair as staff that they didn't have a voice, and they should not be treated as such in newspapers or on the radio.
Were the negative things being broadcast on the radio coming from the journalists who were interpreting what was happening in the meetings, or was it councillors speaking to 2ST?
Combination of both.
So your evidence is that there were councillors going on 2ST post-meeting being critical of council staff.
In the council process, yes.
Can you give me any specific examples that stick in your
I
mind
think
of that sort of behaviour?
there was Councillor Scandrett was a regular. There were other councillors who made some minor comments, but the mayor, of course, he was there as the mayor, and he regularly spoke about the business of the council, which you would expect that he should. Very little or no comment from the general manager or staff.
But in terms of the negative statements that caused you to decide to turn off the radio, where were those comments by and large coming from, if there was a theme that came through?
Principally about the activities of the councillors in the chamber.
You talked before about your instructions to staff about their role to report to the council governing body and to implement what the council governing body did. Do I understand that to mean that you were clear on the distinction between operational and strategic when it came to the operation of councils?
Very much so.
In your view, and I'll ask at a general level first, was there a stepping over the line or transgression by councillors into the area of operational?
Can you be a little more clear? Are you saying from my roles, organisational
From the
development?
perspective of you, I'll start with from the perspective of your role, in your experience or in your view, did councillors or the governing body intrude on operational matters?
In organisation development? No.
Did you gain an impression from things you heard or things you witnessed that that was happening in other areas of the council?
Yes.
And did that come partly from criticisms of staff or negative matters conveyed in these 2ST radio grabs post-meeting?
No.
Can you explain what did
The
that?
comments about councillor interference came directly from other managers who sought my advice as to what they should properly do.
Can you give me some examples of instances that brought those other members of staff to you?
Yes, one incident where the then mayor had the approval of the general manager to address the infrastructure staff in how to fix potholes. So all staff were brought in and they were directed by Councillor Halstead, or Mayor Halstead at that stage, as to how they should fix potholes, and some of the staff were castigated. The managers of those staff were, one couldn't accept that permission had been given for a councillor to tell the staff how to fix potholes, albeit recognising that Councillor Halstead was in fact a qualified engineer. But the staff themselves, in an attempt to make sure that they were safe, had in fact engaged the USU to represent them and say, why do we have to attend a compulsory pothole filling exercise? And there were many other like comments from managers who were so unsure of their own role, I would initially direct them, having listened to them, send them to Mr. Paul, or to in fact go and discuss with the General Manager those particular concerns. I then started getting those same concerns from the General Manager and from staff who were in attendance at the meetings for all sorts of issues, particularly bullying.
Do I understand your evidence just then that the General Manager was coming to you in your role as Operational Risk Manager to discuss issues of bullying from the council?
Correct.
Is that the right way around? Thank you. And can you give, I better put some time frames around that first. When was that happening? Perhaps I should start with the pothole incident. Do you recall roughly when that was? Given that I think Councillor Halstead was Mayor between 2016 and 2018.
It started, in reality, it's started after Councillor Gare was re-elected as Mayor. I think that's when, from my professional view, not going to meetings, but occasionally sitting in and then moving off, that's when the meetings seem to become very caustic.
And in respect of the potential transgression of the strategic operational demarcation, was that during Councillor Gare's time as Mayor as well, given that Councillor Halstead was Mayor 2016 to 2018?
No, I think from my point of view, from being a former General Manager, I saw the some councillors from their point of view seeking information, but I think the role of seeking information on occasions transgressed into trying to influence staff in potentially recommendations and reports to council, and that seemed to be common in the planning area.
Do you recall if there were any specific council policies around the information and the way that staff interacted with councillors?
There was the Code of Conduct.
Yes.
I think, from memory, there was whether it was a policy or certainly a General Manager directive that staff should not interact with councillors, be pleasant, and refer the councillors to her or to the Deputy General Managers.
Is a policy of that kind important in the ordinary function of local government, in your view?
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Can you tell me why?
It's back in my days in Glen Innes, which was a small country town, different dynamics obviously, and to Wyong, which was growing, and an organisation that prided itself in having great governance systems. It was to stop councillors knowingly or unwittingly approaching staff to try and influence. That was to lock out that influence long before, at Wyong and Glen Innes, before the local government department brought in their Code of Conduct.
And do you have a view about the effect it may have on an organisation when that policy is not adhered to?
Absolutely destructive. I saw that when I went to Auburn. It was absolutely chaotic and destructive, and it pitted staff against each other. It pitted councillors against councillors, and I think that's what we were seeing played out here.
And who do you think has the primary responsibility for ensuring that policy is upheld?
General Manager.
Do you think the councillors bear a responsibility to adhere to it as well?
I think very progressive councils understood their role very clearly. Whether it was written or unwritten, they didn't transgress. But in most cases, certainly in the case of Glen Innes, Wyong and Auburn, when those sort of policies went to the councils, the fair-minded councillors adopted those very, very quickly.
And in a council where there is such a policy, and is it fair to say that the councillors bear a significant part of the responsibility not to overstep their proper role?
Correct.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Parrish.
Given your experience, Mr. Burgess, and your reference to the Code of Conduct, do you think it's sufficiently clear to councillors that it is inappropriate to transgress into areas of operational?
Yes and no. Yes, if you're a reasonable person, the Code of Conduct would provide the guidance. No, if the councillor or a staff member was of a mind to breach that, it wouldn't matter what Code of Conduct you had or who imposed it or how it was written.
Can I ask you about some evidence before that you gave about the general manager coming to you about bullying that she was witnessing at councillor meetings? Firstly, do you recall roughly when the time period was that happened?
From memory, it was after the fires in 2020, January 2020, and pre-COVID. So it would have been January through to March, April of 2020.
Were the matters of bullying that the general manager was raising with you in respect of her or other staff that she was witnessing being bullied in these meetings?
All of the above.
In your role as someone who had to deal with risk, how did you deal with a general manager coming to you and saying that she was being bullied by councillors?
Firstly, I spent some considerable time watching council meetings that I hadn't bothered to watch, and observed the behaviour and the treatment that was directed towards Ms. Prendergast and other staff in the room. I then spoke to certainly to our lawyers, Spark Hillmore, to seek some advice from them, because they had represented. They have a number of councils they represent in this region and across New South Wales, and Murray Shire had just been sacked or previously been sacked for issues where the council had not put resources into work health and safety, provided a safe workplace. The Act is very clear. The councillor shall provide a safe workplace, as shall the general manager, and that was clearly not evident from the council meetings that I saw.
And when you went back and watched those council meetings, other than the impressions that you've just given, what was your view on the way that the councillors were conducting themselves, both in respect to each other and to members of the public from time to time who were at the meetings?
Can I answer that in two parts, please?
Certainly.
There were certainly councillors who did not participate directly or indirectly in some of the comments that were being made across the chamber. The Mayor was being taken to task on every part of the Code of Meeting Practice and his chairing of the meetings by potentially three councillors. And I can name those councillors if you so desire.
That's not necessary at this stage, unless the Commissioner wants to hear the names.
I'd like to know. Yes, please. Who do you put into each category? I think you started by saying there were some who didn't engage in that conduct. So however you want to answer it, you can by exclusion or inclusion.
I'll name the councillors who didn't.
Yes.
I won't include or exclude the Mayor, Councillor Gare at that stage, but Councillor Marquardt, Councillors Nelson, Councillor Graham, was his first? I'm sorry, I can't think of his.
Well, I'll bring you I'll show you the page of the annual report with their photos. That might help you.
Thank you.
It certainly helps me from time to time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Page 180 of the bundle you might have in front of you there.
Exhibit A, Volume 1.
That's correct.
180, Mr. Parrish.
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct. Sorry, Councillor Graham. Alphabetically, we'll go through them if that's appropriate.
Yes, you answer as you
Mr.
see
Chairman,
fit.
Councillor Andrews, Councillor Marquardt, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Nelson, and Councillor Whipper.
Thank you. Ms. Parrish.
Well, I might as well then ask who were the three who you did view as behaving inappropriately?
Well, isn't it obvious? Anyway,
Still
I'll withdraw
might as well
that.
ask.
Answer the question. Yeah, you can ask the question.
People who are listening to it don't have
Yes,
this
yes, I
information.
understand. Yes.
That was Councillor Scandrett, Councillor Halstead, and Councillor Turland. Again, it was issue-based.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you give me your impressions of how the meetings were chaired? Was it your view that whomever was chairing, I take it to usually have been Mayor Gare, was doing the best they can, or did you think that there were things that could be done differently there?
Yes, I think, given the circumstance.
Thank you. And in your experience, having dealt with other councils, had you ever witnessed behaviour of councillors to the point that a general manager felt bullied, accepting that you yourself were a general manager from time to time?
I have never seen behaviour like that.
And just to round that out, although the answer probably follows, do I take it then that this behaviour that you saw when you went and reviewed the meetings was behaviour you had not experienced or seen in other councils that you had been involved in?
Never.
Can I ask your impression of how behaviour of councillors affected other senior staff in the executive level, including the general manager? Do you have the view that that affected how they did or could do their jobs?
I don't believe that the councillors' behaviour affected the three executive members to the extent that they tried to shield the staff and their direct reports from any criticism that may have occurred. They, in the initial days, early days, I guess they put it down to the issues at hand, but as it continued, and there were no resolution to long-standing issues around Station Street and others, and the deputy general managers and the general manager became threatened, whether it was in council meetings or by texts or by direct phone calls. They still continued to, in my view, put the community first and try and deliver services this council had agreed through the community plan and the delivery plan, operational plan, to deliver. They protected the finances of this organisation. They did a great job of that. So in essence, they shielded the staff where they possibly could.
We have some evidence that, at least in the perception of some who worked within the staff, that over time senior staff and executives became defensive and had to focus on managing councillors rather than more freely perform their role. Do you have any view on that? Do you disagree or agree?
I think there were elements of that existed, but I don't believe it was a strong element.
What about staff who reported to you or staff outside the senior or executive levels? Do you have a view about whether, if they had to come into contact or interact with councillors, they were defensive or unable to fully acquit themselves in their role?
No, I don't have a view on that.
When you say defensive, that might mean different things to different people. What are you driving
Well, I
at?
think the evidence yesterday, Commissioner, it might have been, was that the senior executives had to pivot towards more managing of councillor and their personalities rather than fully acquit their roles.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. And you understood that was what Councillor Assisting was asking? Yes, thank you. All right. Just me again. Thanks.
That's right.
While Mr. Parrish is conferring, Mr. Riley, I do apologise. I didn't acknowledge your appearance. Obviously enough, you have leave to appear for Mr. Burgess while he gives his evidence, but I do apologise for that.
I was going to move on from the topic of Mr. Burgess's impressions on how that affected staff, if that's okay. Mr. Burgess, did you ever witness or have come to your attention any allegations of disclosure of confidential information by councillors?
No.
Did you ever witness or hear of staff limiting information that was to go up to councillors?
No.
Can I ask your general impression about the culture within the council staff? There were some conclusions after the interim administrator was appointed, that the workplace may have been toxic, and that there were reputational risks and occupational health and safety risks within the organisation. Do you have any view on those conclusions or impressions?
There were parts of the organisation, minor parts of the organisation, that were toxic. Any organisation has within its structure individuals who can change their management style to get a better outcome, to be more consultative. What the interim administrator has gleaned from his discussions with staff, I don't know. I've not been privy to those. They're not being shared. They certainly weren't shared when I was here. But from a general point of view, the staff in this organisation, when I turn my mind back to things like the fires, the droughts, the fires, the floods, the COVID and the delivery of services during COVID, an organisation that was so heavily splintered would never have delivered services to the community as they did.
We've had some evidence from a witness that after the bushfires, she said it was like it would have been better if the council had not even been here, or it was like they weren't even here. And she didn't include staff members in that.
Sorry?
And she didn't include staff members in that. She praised staff members.
Yes.
Was that an impression you ever got in the community when you were at the council?
Yes. Yes, with the exception that the staff, I don't believe, received the praise they should have from their own councillors as a result of what they did during those fires. They were a broken unit as a whole on the 6th of January 2020 when I returned, and I immediately brought in external assistance with some psychological counselling. They had worked tirelessly to assist the community. As a result of that, and then the move to COVID, yes, I think they had recovered when COVID lockdown came along. But in general, yes, they had done a great job, and I don't think they ever received any recognition, particularly for keeping things like water in pipes, in reservoirs, so they could fight fires. Or taking staff out to restart the Bundanoon water treatment plant, which had been impacted by fire, and they had to get that plant working again. All of that went unsaid. All of it.
In your view, with the 2016 to 2020 council laws as a governing body providing effective civic leadership to the local community? And you can break that up into certain time periods if you have different answers for different times.
I would say no from the time of the fires forward.
In your view, was that partly caused by the way they conducted council business before the fires? As in, was it a lack of preparation and engagement on some issues which led to their ineffective leadership, civic leadership after the fires?
Look, I really don't think I'm in a position to comment on that.
Commissioner, I was going to move on from specific topics. have you been contacted by any councillors since the announcement of this inquiry?
No.
Is there anything else you wish to say at this stage that pertains to the terms of reference?
No.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Riley, take Mr. Parrish's place so you can be, yes, you can be heard and transcribed in case there's need to make an objection. Mr. Parrish can shout. Right. What are the topics?
Thank you, Commissioner. The matters I'd like clarification on from the witness, please, will be the meetings that were attended, just redefining that because I found some concerns in that space. The fact that Mayor Gare was excluded from his comments regarding councillors and the chairing of meetings. I'd like to also ask a little bit about his experience at Auburn Council because he's introduced that.
Why does that? Why would that matter?
Commissioner, Mr. Burgess was making comments about behaviour at other councils, such as Glen Innes and Auburn and so on. And my recollection, sir, is that Auburn was a very interesting council and had some behavioural matters reported in the press. So I'd like to just ask his qualification of that, please. I may have one matter arising from that, sir.
No. I think Mr. Burgess's evidence about Auburn was said in the context of his wide experience in local government and observing other councils. What relevance is it of the particular issues that arose at Auburn that you wish to ask the witness about?
Well, I guess we were, again, focusing on conduct and behaviour at other councils by councillors, and I think that Auburn, seeing there were some matters in the press that were required the intervention of government, obviously had some issues with.
Sure, so I think it's common knowledge that Auburn had some issues, but unless I'm confusing councils in my own mind. But in any event, what does it? I must say, Councillor, I'm struggling to understand how that's relevant to me. Mr. Burgess referred to Auburn in the context of things he saw or did not see at other councils in answering Councillor Sisting's questions. But how about, rather than take any more time on it, you ask your first question, and when we get to that topic, I'll rule on it on a question-by-question basis. But at the moment, I don't see how it arises.
Yes, and Commissioner, I'm sorry, I did not mention the evidence about 2ST, where I'd like to ask some dates and things like that. I'll start with that if you prefer.
Ask your first question, we'll see how we go.
Mr. Burgess, good afternoon. With your evidence regarding 2ST and the direction you gave to staff to turn the radio off in the building, could you tell me if you kept a diary of those broadcasts that you're saying were not helpful to council?
No.
And if you didn't have a diary, did you keep any notes whatsoever as to who was speaking on 2ST? And you mentioned that Mayor Gare was there. Did you keep any notes of any other councillors speaking on 2ST?
Yes.
Are they notes that you have with you here today?
No. They're from my recollection.
Right. Well, Commissioner, I would tender that those notes might be relevant to the discussion and timelines that have been already covered in this inquiry. I don't know whether it's possible for those notes to be obtained.
Take it up with council assisting, councillor. That's a matter you can take up with council assisting.
Thank you.
They're not here, so I think that's as far as it can be taken at the moment.
Yes. Mr. Burgess, you talked about operational versus organisational and planning. Did you keep any records in the council system or otherwise of councillors' calls and visits to the staff, and whether they were appropriate in terms of the delegations given?
I object to that line of questioning.
What's the objection?
It doesn't follow at all from the first part of Mr. Scandrett's question about operational and organisational structure issues, about the keeping of notes of particular staff.
Yes. You may have to put in that way. I don't think it's a fair question. So ask what you want to get at in a different way, and we'll see if you can get if we get there in a way that's fair to the witness. But I don't think in that form it's fair.
We had very clear guidelines, Mr. Burgess, as you will recall, and they were updated on the access to executive senior staff and the delegations in that space. So when I heard you say at 2:42 this afternoon that the councillor interference with staff, and the staff were incensed, and the staff got the USU to protest in relation to the pothole lecture by Councillor Halstead that you've given evidence on. I'd just like to know if there were records kept of those protests and those councillor calls and visits that were allegedly inappropriate according to the approved delegations.
No, that question has got too many propositions in it. I think what you want to know. I think what you want to know is this, Mr. Burgess. Were there records kept of interactions between councillors and staff that were reported as being in breach of the policy?
If they came to me, Commissioner, yes.
Yes.
Consequent to that, Commissioner, there was a councillor request system which Mr. Burgess would have been well aware of, where...
Councillor, I said earlier today that when you're asking questions, if you want the witness to agree with a proposition,
Yes.
it's
Okay.
very unfair to assume in your question that the witness will agree. I'm sure it's not a matter of controversy. I've seen it in the papers. But if you want Mr. Burgess to
Thank
agree
you.
to a proposition, you should put it to him and
Thank
give him the opportunity to respond.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, are you aware of the councillor request system?
Yes.
Thank you. Were you involved during any of your roles in managing the responses that were given to councillors in that system?
Rarely, unless I was acting up.
And are you aware of the usage of that system and by councillors, which was via email? The level of usage is what I'm saying.
No.
And do you recall a statement from General Manager Prendergast at the time stating that one councillor was the clear, my words here, the clear winner in terms of number of matters referred through that system as per the directive?
Sorry, what's the question, Commissioner?
I'm not sure
I'm sorry.
myself. What is the question?
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, are you aware of the statement that the General Manager, Prendergast, made as to the number of requests made through that system, the level of the number of requests per councillor, each councillor?
Is the witness aware of statements made by the General Manager? When?
Yes.
At what
Sure.
time?
That would be in variously in this term, 2016 to 2020, are you aware of any statements made by the General Manager as to the level of council requests by councillors?
No.
On the matter of meetings, Mr. Burgess, you made some evidence there as to which meetings you attended, which briefings you attended. Generally, you were only attending those. You said, let me qualify it, did you not say that you only attended briefings, council meetings and so on as necessary for the roles you were in generally?
Correct.
Accordingly, Mr. Burgess, the meetings, you later said that you attended the council meetings, bearing in mind they would be some, as you've just said, you attended as per your role at the time. You've made, were those meetings that you've reflected on ones that you regularly attended? Did you regularly attend council meetings?
I'm sorry.
Object.
I think you have to withdraw that and start again.
Okay, thank you. I'll withdraw it.
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, did you attend regularly council meetings?
No.
I think this is his attendance at meetings has been well covered, I think.
Yes, where I'm going with this, Commissioner, is...
You ask your don't tell me, you ask your next question
Okay.
and we'll see where you get to.
Mr. Burgess, you've since given evidence later in your appearance today that about the quality of the meetings and the interactions across the chamber. You talked about, you named councillors at about 2:50 this afternoon as that didn't participate in the comments across the chamber. But do you then, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, good. And you then named 3 councillors, but you then made the point that Councillor Gare was not part of that. Could you qualify what you were trying to say there about Councillor Gare?
I object to the form and coherence of that question.
I might have to reformat that.
If you can, yes.
Mr. Burgess, you stated that Councillor Gare, you did not include Councillor Gare in your comments about comments across the chamber by councillors. Could you explain why?
Councillor Gare was the chair of the meeting.
Right. As mayor.
Correct.
Are you aware, Mr. Burgess, of council's policy of communication with the media?
Yes.
Right. Could you comment on whether all media were receiving communications from council promptly and equally?
Was it anything to do with your role, Mr. Burgess?
No, Commissioner, it was not.
I think that answers that question.
Well, Mr. Commissioner, I at one point, Mr. Burgess was acting general manager, and at another point
For a
he was-
week. For 1 week, he said. His evidence was he acted in the general manager's role for 1 week.
Yes. So there was a period at which he was responsible for those communications.
Mr. Burgess, in those 7 days, do you have any recollection of media releases going to media on certain issues?
Only the fact that the council had been dismissed, and that went to every media outlet from the media team.
Thank you.
I think there's a point I'm trying to make here, and is at any time were you aware that there was different treatment of different media in the council and, for example, in the libraries?
I object.
What's the objection?
Well, there's no temporal limits placed on that for a very start. There's
Yes.
no real foundational basis upon which that question is put to him. It contains multiple assumptions and propositions.
I'm also wondering what term of reference this goes to.
To number 4, sir.
I still object. I've already given my submissions on
Yes,
what
in that form, it's not fair to the witness because it has a few assumptions in it with which he may not agree. Rather than putting positive propositions, you may be better, and it's a matter entirely for you, to ask more open questions. In a sense, ask the witness what he knew about things without the assumed fact in it. Might be a way you can ask that type of question.
Okay. Mr. Burgess, what did you know about the various matters involving asbestos at the RRC and related contamination to various projects in the Shire?
Okay.
What's that got to do with any of the terms of reference?
Well, it's a communications thing again, sir.
What's the ultimate issue you're wanting to tease out?
Mr. Burgess was in charge of staff at that point in time during that period of those issues.
Right.
I was actively involved I was concerned about those issues, but there was apparently a direction of sorts given to staff to not participate in any matters to do that. A number of councillors were interested.
Matters to do with what?
The asbestos contamination at the RRC.
So what is the direction you want to ask the witness about?
Was Mr. Burgess aware of any instruction or direction given to staff to not be involved or not answer questions on that matter?
Right. Can you answer that question?
No,
No, you weren't aware?
no idea.
Thank you.
Not involved, and I would doubt that sort of instruction would ever be issued by anybody in management.
What causes you to make that second comment?
Commissioner, the people who were in senior management of this organisation were people who were very ethical about what they did and how they did things.
Thank you.
My last question arises from that answer, Mr. Burgess. What is Council's policy on whistleblowers, and did you have any interaction in that space in your various roles?
When?
Primarily during that period.
So was there a council policy on whistleblowing from 2016 to 2020? First question.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you answer that question?
Yes, there's a policy.
Yes. Right. What's the next
And
question?
following from that, was there any interaction in your various roles with staff on the matter of whistleblowing?
Why that? I'm sorry, Mr. Riley.
I object to that question. It's an unfair question to put to this witness.
Yes.
If there is a policy, it would be a confidential policy, and the point of having a question answered.
Yes, I reject that question.
Mr. Riley, with respect.
I reject the question.
Oh, you reject. Okay.
Yes.
Could I ask it this way then? Are all policies of council in relation to staff public, i.e. on the web?
No.
Right. And would you be able to document, to your best of your recollection, which policies in relation to staff are not public?
Commissioner, operational issues subject to the direction and control of the General Manager.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, thank you for your answers.
Mr. Riley, do you seek leave to examine Mr. Burgess?
I don't. Thank you.
Mr. Parrish, anything arising?
No, Commissioner.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, thank you for coming today. I appreciate that answering a summons has brought you away from home on an afternoon where you'd probably be somewhere else, so I appreciate the effort given you've had to travel. Should Mr. Burgess be excused?
Yes.
Yes, you're excused from further attendance, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Riley, you don't need to raise anything with me this afternoon?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
So the witnesses for week 1, Commissioner.
Yes.
The witnesses for week 2 are just being finalised now and will be up on the web shortly.
Is Monday settled?
Monday is not completely settled.
I
no.
see. All right.
I will say at this stage that we do have some further community witnesses first.
Yes,
That will be dealt with on Monday as best we
Yes.
can.
yes,
We'll then move into the week 2, administrator, general manager,
yes,
staff members, ex-staff members.
yes.
I think we should be able to possibly put up a witness list for week 3 as well,
I
with
see.
the councillors.
All right. Will the witness list for next week, or if it can't be the whole week, Monday, go up sometime
Yes,
this afternoon?
yes.
Yes, all right. Very good. Well, if there's nothing further, I'll adjourn until 10 a.m. Monday. Thank you.